talk about this relationship I was talking about earlier. How is Mr. X going?
Oh my god.
It's not your fault, then. It's hard to get the cards past those big bloody meat hooks there.
The old meat hook.
Darlene could possibly be in a relationship. And no one's allowed to know who Mr. X is because he's a very well-known...
Oh my god, would you stop?
He shows the bluff too. Yeah, he doesn't have to show. He can just fold and make out like he had a good hand, but he shows it because he's an absolute wombat.
Okay, good to know.
That's what we call him in Australia, wombat. Right?
That's a small, lazy animal, right?
Yes, that's right. Well, they're not that small. They're very fat.
Yeah, but lazy.
Yeah.
Even foreigner knows.
Got him.
Oh, that we know in Germany too.
Oh, you know,
everyone knows about a wombat. That's not bad, mate. That is impressive, young man. Impressive.
When I close my eyes and count to 10, all I feel is adrenaline. And when the pain begins to set, all I hear is long live the champion. Long live the champion.
They mic me up. Wow, we were.
I only did that for the camera.
Yeah, I know, that's all right. Hey, Joe, you coming in here? Or? Oh, that's all right. Unlucky, one of the two. Oh my God. See, he just knew. You just knew, huh?
Oh, 133.
Oh my God, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, please.
133 and 800.
But, wrong way. I win with a hand.
Long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion.
Minutes left from like dice 10. Yeah, dice 10. Wait, Sheriff was under the gun. You were under the gun that hand, right? I think so. I think was he under the gun that hand? I think so. Under the gun. I think the next hand he was big blind and I raised ace 2 right?
Yeah, that's right. Ace 2.
He doesn't want to know he probably
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Adelaide, and this is the Intercontinental Day 3 of the Goliath final table. Beautiful quick introduction here, and we've got Chris Water in the box here with me as well. Chris, how are we today, mate?
Doing well, exciting. Final day of what's been a fantastic series, and it all comes down to a couple of big events today. Obviously, the second and final day of the Adelaide Champs main event. 47 entries returning to their seats, playing for a piece of $150,000 prize pool, and of course, here on our feature table, the Goliath, $65,000 up top. 8 players remain.
Yeah, it's absolutely sensational, and this is where the money comes out. These guys should be well rested. We've also had some event winners last night. Chris, tell me about those guys.
3 final tables in quick succession, all pretty much back to back to back. We had Peter McDonald getting the win in the Survivor Bounty, yes, picking up 4 of the 5 bounties on offer that were worth $630 each, and he's an Adelaide local, gets a win for himself there. We also had Rocco, also from Adelaide, picking up a win in the Hashem Deep Stacks. There was a Hashem on that final table as well, in the form of Anthony Hashem, and he got the win in that for more than $15,000. And at the end of the night, we had Nicholas Solomos from Melbourne. He's the Derrimut Gym franchise owner, He came over and vowed he was going to win that PLO trophy once we took that final table photo, and he went on and got that job done.
Congratulations to those three gentlemen and the trophies that they've got. One of those was a ring event with the Hashem Deep Stacks, I believe.
Hashem Deep Stacks, I think I'll need to double check on that one, but yeah, no, all prestigious in their own rights. Obviously, those big heavy trophies going to take some work to get those home, but they're well deserved by everyone.
And that's the thing about APT. You will have to increase your baggage load if you're flying into the state of Adelaide, and if you're taking one of those trophies home, they certainly are. They are made of crystal, but they are probably one of the finest on the market, and they definitely look good on the trophy shelf at home. Moving into today, Chris, it looks like we've final table of the Goliath. We've got the Players' Championships. We've also got the Beast that is going to be kicking off, which is a very favourite. I love the structure of the Beast. And I think we're finishing the day with a flight for the big one.
The big one for everyone, yes. So every winner so far this series, so if you've won any event, at least throughout the course of any of the APT series this year, you do earn yourself a place in the big one for everyone. And there's going to be flights taking place throughout each of the series in the lead up to July, I believe, at the National Championships in Sydney, where there will also be a flight there, and then of course the day 2. So you have multiple opportunities to play when it suits you to get yourself a bag and a spot into day 2 from when it's held in July.
Absolutely fantastic here.
So let's have a look at some of this action as we continue here with the final 8 players remaining here of the Goliath. And Lachlan Crilly began as the chip leader at the start of final table, but as we mentioned last night, there was big hand, him versus Sharif Dirias. It was a top pair versus a nut flush draw. They got it in on the flop, and Sharif's top pair did hold, and Lachlan lost a large percentage of his stack. He went in overnight as the average stack. And Tom Maguire, I believe it was, going in as the new chip leader overnight. But again, plenty of playability left, lots of time, long 60-minute levels, plenty of hands to be played. So Tom Maguire started as the chip leader. Brendan Della was the next best. Both players, the only two with more than 2 million in chips. And then Sharif was the 3rd ranked. Now we've got an interesting hand here. Under the gun, Tom Maguire clicking the ace-king, and Brendan's going to be happy to defend here with a suited ace. Pretty difficult to 3-bet that one. Possible candidate, but against an under-the-gun raise, you want to be a little more cautious. And it's a pretty favourable board for both players. Hard to connect with on that paired board. And
yeah, I'd like to see a continuation bet here from Tom Maguire, which he does. It looks like he's put 55 into the pot, and those other cards instantly go into the muck.
Yeah.
For those that are at home who want to know the payout structures, please look into the chat section of your live stream there. APT has linked up all the payouts that from the Goliath final table. You can find us here at APT Live on Facebook. You can also head over to Twitch and YouTube. All 3 streams are available live and streaming right now.
To state the obvious, but happily.
Were we flipping or was I dominating?
Depends.
A very small pair.
You had a very small pair, we were flipping.
yeah, you could argue with a call there, a float for 1 street from Brendan on that occasion. He's got a stronger hand than you'd expect out of the big blind there, but I think he's just showing a bit of respect there to Tom, and those two are the 2 chip leaders, so they're going to want to avoid, I believe, getting into big pots with each other. From an ICM perspective, that's definitely something they want to avoid. They don't want to be eating into each other's stacks. They want to be targeting the shorter stacks. So don't expect too many hands between these two unless there's really a couple of premiums or a big cooler to be had between them. So Daniel Klinger now looking the ace-5-0 in late position with just under 8 big blinds, 7.5 bigs, and he's definitely happy to get that into the middle, and he does jam. And Tom here now with the Jack Deuce of Hearts, it does look pretty, and being last to act here. is favourable for him, and it's not a huge portion of his stack. It's less than 10% of his stack here.
Yeah.
But I think he makes the right.
Yeah, understandably. Look, Daniel Klinger's got roughly about an 8 big blind shove there, and when you are in that short stack mode, attacking the blinds is probably one of the best strategies to go with. Keep continuously building that stack. Little pots build big castles, brick by brick here with Daniel Klinger, so...
Yeah, I think any ace, at least in late position for sure, with sub-8 bigs, is just going into the middle. And Tom there, you can assume that he's got some live cards being suited helps. He's already got some chips in the middle with his big blind. And I think if the shove's a touch shorter, perhaps 5 or 6 bigs, you might be expecting a call on some occasions there from Tom Maguire. But another thing he wants to avoid is easily doubling up those short stacks. So we'll wait for a bigger spot. Let Daniel pick up the blinds. And of course, this shot clock on the table, you'll see, ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds to act for each player on whenever it's their turn on any street. And they do have time banks in their possession, up to 5 for each player. Tom here with the Queen 10 of clubs.
Yeah, for
blind versus blind, going to put Alan all in.
Putting pressure on Alan's little stack there, being a monster stack, to see if he wants to get it in, and unfortunately doesn't wake up with the monster, and Tom continues to take it down. Tom has the big stack there running through with Daniel, Sheriff and Lachlan. They're the guys who are currently in the top 4 position, working his way up. I think my prediction, and I hadn't made one yet, and we are going into day 3, I think we're going to see a Tom Maguire, Lachlan Crilly heads up. There's my prediction.
I don't mind that. Yeah, there's definitely a few candidates here that know how to run deep and build a stack in these tournaments. Brendan Della definitely can't write him off, second chip leader at the moment. Daniel Klinger as well. If he can find a double, then he's a player that you wouldn't want to be up against late in the tournament. And also Sharif, a very solid player, been on the circuit for a long time, Melbourne regular, and travelled all over. He's been in Europe recently, playing in Barcelona, so he's definitely got plenty of big game experience. So plenty of possibilities here, but yes, Tom, he's playing the role of big stack as you'd expect. He's applying he's applying pressure. He's not slowing down. Blind versus blind. He's just putting it straight in the middle. Yeah, just I think Tom's a good shout for sure, but yeah, hard to pick a winner too early on here, especially Lachlan Crilly if he gets a stack.
And it just feels like just watching Tom play at the moment, sitting at 2 million in chips, believing there was, I think, 9.5 million chips in play. The more that he can keep advancing that stack, the more it feels like how the champion of the grind, the Brazilian Igor, how he just slowly strangled the table down, and Tom's just at the start of an opportunity to be able to do that, especially if he can get into a dance and win another good $1 million pot there. Then obviously he's got 1/3 of the chips in play, and he's just short of that at the moment. Jared waking up with the Rockets pocket aces here under the gun.
Well, he's announced raise, hasn't picked a sizing just yet. We saw Daniel just fold, he's gone with the 80. Yep. And bear in mind, ladies and gents at home, forgive us, we can't quite hear the table talk, so we're not entirely sure what's being said. So if we're speaking over the top of something important, then we're just going off a mute screen here. And now Brendan here in the cutoff.
Race 80.
He's got a few options open to him. I think against a gun raise, yeah, he knows that he can be up against a lot of better aces here. And he's happy to fold. It's an excellent move there from Brendan Della. Finds the fold with the ace-10-0 against that. The significance of an under-the-gun open obviously carries a lot of weight. Especially from Alan, who's been pretty solid as well. Hasn't been too out of line as far as I've been made aware of.
Please get all Adelaide Champs main day 2 players to go back to your seats. Adelaide Champs, day
22. We have 27 players left. We have 26 players being paid. Players, I can have your attention for just 30 seconds. We'll get underway and this will make the whole all-in process a lot smoother.
Lines, please.
Thanks, Asti.
Cool. Asti, call him a retard.
Not the worst thing I've been called.
That would be
I have
that
no idea
one
which
there.
I hope you're sure about that.
Oh no, contaminated hand, man.
Yeah, sure.
Big crazy things.
No, this isn't good. You're gonna get a quadruple up this hand.
Oh no.
Pineapple.
Not like this, Tom.
Pineapple. Johnny's out to get us.
Plenty of noise behind us here as the Adelaide champs approaches the bubble.
We faded it. We're good.
Faded it.
And Brendan Della clicking up the 5-4 of spades. He's happy to toy with these suited connectors in late position, and Jared Windsor's happy to oblige and defend the big blind, and he's flopped well here, Jared. He's got a gutter with the second up flush draw.
The overpair.
And a couple of
Oh,
overcards.
sorry, overcard.
Yep.
Yep.
And Brendan there with, at best, a lower end of the gut shot and a backdoor straight flush draw. But he's not going to pay Jared off there. He'll let him take it. I think there'll be a couple of turns he might be wanting to see, but as soon as there's a lead from that from Jared there, he's not going to continue with a hand that definitely is not shaping up well on most turn cards.
Yeah, and also, look, at the end of the table there, you've got Asti Savage sitting on $500,000 in chips. Short, one of the shorter stacks at the tables, but recently becoming, in the last few years, a very, very common face at a feature table at the Australian Poker Tour.
Asti Savage, that was? Yeah. Been on the circuit a bit. I overheard her saying recently that she was a school teacher until not too long ago. And has given it up for the time being. She's just loved playing poker. Troy there on the button, contemplating the 10-7 of diamonds. And deciding not to run with it. And it looks like Daniel Klinger gets a walk with the pocket eights. He would have loved to go post-flop with that one, or at least have some action prior so he could put it in over the top and collect some extra chippies. But he'll get a walk. It's better than losing.
Happy days.
Now looks to be high spirits at the table. A couple of smiles around. Finished up play just approximately 12 hours ago, so these players have had the chance to rest and whatever morning routines they have, go to the gym, a bit of fitness, go for a jog.
Is that something that you do yourself, Chris?
No, not quite. I won't lie.
Yeah.
I'm lucky if I get to eating my breakfast in the morning, to be honest.
Wake up, giving yourself an impression. Oh yes, good morning. It's a beautiful day here at the Adelaide Oval.
Welcome back here to the MCG or the Wacker, or the Gamma, or the Adelaide Oval, or the SCG, doesn't matter. Just where we are, down under in Australia this summer.
7-6 suit.
Along those lines, yeah.
Along those lines, yeah.
Tom McGuire here, clicks up the sixes.
Yeah, that's the intriguing part.
Middle position.
And the deuce was suited.
Now Alan here with, he's got a very playable hand. In position, the 10-9 of diamonds. I think all three options at his disposal there. I just don't think he's actually, no, he's got the 310,000. He's got less than 8 big blinds, and I think he's not going to want to overlimp there too much of the time. I think his option would have been put it in or fold. He's gone with the fold, and Jared here on the button wakes up with the pocket eights and looks to have called. Yeah, just getting the card reader. No, he's
8 raises, 80
okay. So we just have some graphic issues. So it says he's 3-bet to 85,000, but we know that's not the case. Apologies for that, ladies and gents, for just a touch in the dark.
Yeah.
As to what's going on here, I think it looked like from what I could see, it looked like he'd made that call. Saw 3 of the 25k chips and a 5k chip there. So they go post.
Last night, Johnny.
They go post, and Jared with the best of it, even though there's 2 overcards for both players. It's a scary board that I think either this gets checked down or the more aggressive player wins, and Tom, I think, has the potential to take some aggression here, and he's going to do just that. Looks like he's bet 60,000. And yeah, gets a call there from Jared. It's a good play. The check on the flop gave an indication that maybe Tom wasn't too strong and willing to see a river if he thinks that Tom's just having a stab on the turn, and board pairs doesn't change too much. And Jared gets it to showdown and tips past the 1 million chip mark.
Yeah, and look, Jerry is, he's the rock of the table. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the best you're going to see of the ABC poker, because he's very, very, very tight. He's still taking chips. He's building his way up there. And Jerry is going to be one of those people who's going to be very tough to get into a spot because of how tight of a player is.
Yeah, you know, when he's putting chips in the middle, he's not doing it lightly. He's he's not going to be scared away too often.
And if Jerry's betting, ladies and gentlemen, you can respect it.
Yeah, not to say that he's not capable of making a move or two. We just haven't seen too much of it. And I think that this image that he builds can work in his favour later on in the tournament if he gets to that stage. And he's tipped past the 1 mil mark, and he's got some chips to play with. So
yep, gears can definitely change here for Jerry. But at this moment in time, there's nothing like playing it nice and safe, building that chip stack, and running into higher numbers in that pay ranking.
Della here on the gun will fold the Queen 3.
So mean.
King Jack of spades here for Alan.
Johnny, if it makes you feel better, I think you're a great deal.
Certainly would be looking to get involved in some capacity.
And you know how I feel about
And I think we can expect another click here. Could be going all in, and that is certainly the move there with a stack of 310,000. A couple of aces being folded there. Ace 7 for Crilly, ace 6 now for Jared. He's giving this some contemplation from the cutoff. Obviously we can see the cards and know that he's ahead. The ace 6 offsuit is not the prettiest cards to be looking at against this bet, although 8 big blinds.
Yeah, you're right. Alan Wilson hasn't been left with much, and if he does choose to opt to fold the King Jack suited, even though it is a beautiful hand under the gun, having so many opponents waking up behind him, all the best to him that wake up doesn't happen and he does get into the stack. And if he was choosing to folding, he's really got to consider that 80k out of his stack there, which is going to leave him with minimal big blinds. So let's see how the blinds wake up here. And Alan looks like he might get it through.
He'll get this through for sure. His biggest scare was Crilly wasn't giving too much thought with the ace-7-0, and like we said, Jared, they're waking up with the ace-6-0. Obviously we see he's ahead, but he's not going to like that, and at best it's pretty close to a flip. He knows that he can be up against, well, you'd assume that he knows he can be up against the King Queens, King Jacks, King Tens, lower pockets.
4 10.
Or any pocket pair rather. But how well is ace-6 shaping up against that? And the hands that he's losing to, I think he's come to the right decision there.
You enjoyed it? I enjoyed it.
Wait
and
for
then
a bit of
also
spot.
enjoyed not waiting.
And a couple of blinds there for Alan.
Not waiting card is good.
Yeah.
That is my favourite strip.
King Jack of spades, a hand you want to see a flop with. But in Alan's position, he's happy to collect the blinds.
Come on, man.
Listen, I know you're a big fan of them, so Just gotta be a man of the people, you know?
Yeah, reads are on today.
It depends. No, I'm not going to go there.
It was a food recommendation.
No, that's not what I heard.
Allegedly.
5 faults.
Asti here, blind on blind, wakes up with a king 8, which looks pretty good. Blind on blind, and Brendan wakes up with the 5s. I think we're going to see some chips go into the middle here. Brendan's going to give this some thought. It's not a small shove. It's touch over 11 big blinds. But obviously he's going to be aware of these blind on blind ranges. I know that a shove could be coming slightly lighter, slightly wider. And Asti here with a solid hand. The king 8 definitely is a monster in any heads up scenario. And when it folds around you with one other player, happy to get that into the middle. But Brendan here with a pair. And I think, yes, he...
Yeah, look, he's
risking to make the count,
risking
make
1/4 of his stack, and it's a play that you want to do.
Yeah, it's the blind on blind ranges.
No
you know
risk.
that they're wide, and obviously he's ahead at the moment, needs to hold. And Asti here looking for a double. It's a classic flip. An 8 in the window, looking very good for Brendan, and has Asti drawing very thin. Jack on the turn, drawing to 1 out. That's the 5 folded earlier. Needs the 5 of spades on the river. It's the king of spades, and we will lose.
No.
Oh,
Asti Savage doubles up, my brother.
I have had a brain. Yeah.
Asti
okay.
Savage hits 2 pair on the river with the king.
Yep.
Yep. And the 5s unfortunately go down the chute.
I've just had a moment, ladies and gents. Enjoy it. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. I've just got them mixed around.
It's okay. It's been a long week, Chris.
It has.
And I'm not going to say that I haven't been there in that position before. And I tell you what, being here in South Australia, they are. Do you know that they are the biggest consumers of iced coffee in Australia?
Surprised it took them that long.
Well, I know now.
Farmers Union, mate. They love it.
Well, you were scrambling around yesterday trying to figure out who took your iced coffee, and if you'd lost it, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Given that you're in the.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's while I was on my adventures trying to find my iced coffee. That's how I actually found it.
Yeah.
They're actually pretty proud of their iced coffee. So I was like, oh, I think I like this state. Iced coffee goes well.
Yeah. Anyway, apologies for that, ladies and gents. I'm lucky that all the information's on your screen, and whatever I say doesn't matter too much, because whatever you're seeing is what's happening, and we're here just to add a little bit of insight that isn't always visible. And I have no idea what's going on there.
No, I'm not too sure what's happening in the comments.
Yeah. Alan here, under the gun, the ace-king. And I think this will be an all-in with the 10 big blinds remaining.
Yeah, Rip City. Life on the line with ace-king.
I think she's trying to bluff us. I think she's going to prompt kings.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be seeing any sort of raising here that isn't an all-in, especially from under the gun. You don't want to get called and be out of position. So, yep, sticks it in the middle. 10 big blinds, just a touch over that mark. And it's going to fold around until even Sharif folding the king-queen there.
Yeah, nice fold, Sharif.
And then Tom in the big line with the jack-9 off. Again, as we said earlier, it's just a touch too big of a shove to call that lightly, I believe. And the last thing you want to be doing is doubling up the short stacks. So Alan gets it through again. He's had a couple of shoves. He's gone from the 300k mark, and he now sits above the $500,000 mark. Look at some of the stats from yesterday. Lachlan Crilly raising pre-flop 29% of the time. And he's been pretty passive today. He hasn't had the hands to go further with so far. But we know that he's aggressive, and he's going to play his hands when he gets the opportunity.
In general. I think I'm in front of most of you defending range.
Probably not Jack's though. If I field the second one.
Might be competitive against that.
Oh wow, okay. That was that good, eh?
didn't say how competitive. Do you think more than 30%?
Competitive means a flip, I think. But, I mean, I don't know. Could be anything, I guess.
Oh gosh, once you teach me those buttons, I'm not going to stop pressing them. And I feel like we need. Oh, I was.
So like half of these are rounders comments, and then you've got World Series of Poker.
I heard that. And I was
my ejection from an elimination is the Tony G on your bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard. Was it this one? Yeah. Rest in peace, but I thought we were going to have Doyle Brunson jumping into commentary with after hearing that sound effect. So, yeah, pretty standard in what we've seen in the play so far here at the Goliath Day 3. Nothing truly out of the ordinary. A couple of flips, no crazy one-outers like we had the other night. No real exuberant plays. We've had Brendan probably opening up the 5-4 of spades as the only kind of out of the ordinary thing that you might say. It's not even that out of the ordinary. I love those suited connectors late position. He's an aggressive player and he's happy to get in the middle with a hand like that can flop quite well, especially when you know you're live against most of the range that you're being called by. Now Jared here, a couple of monsters under the gun here consecutively, a number of players, and Jared with the jacks, opening off 25 bigs. And he's elected to call. He's called with the jacks here under the gun, hoping to induce. And now Brendan here with a 7-8 of diamonds can elect to overlimp here. But if he's going to raise, he's going to have to look at a slightly larger sizing if he wants to take into account that gun limp. And he does go with that larger sizing. It makes it 150,000 by the looks of it.
And to be honest with you, I'm seeing a lot of people play these jacks and ace kings very similar to Jerry these days, because it's they're trying to limit their way of escape. It's a real look. You got to flop it, or you've got options to be able to get a lower board and continuate.
Oh, that's well, it's a flop that Jared's not going to be too attached to. He's not going to be too worried about that 7 a majority of the time. But that king, I think it's going to save. I think it's going to save Jared in this position. Wouldn't a jack on the turn be an interesting card? But
look, and there's a texture there. There's a lot of people who should be coming along with the hearts. The only heart that Jared's got is the jack of hearts, so he's got runner options there. A heart here would be interesting, but
it is. Yeah. But you can say that Jared blocks a lot of Brennan's, semi-bluffing range there if Brennan's getting in the mix with hands like your jack 10 of hearts, jack 9 of hearts, queen jack of hearts. It eliminates those kind of connected holdings that he could be making that move out of the cutoff with. So, you've got to assume that Brendan would have a made hand at that point, and look at that for a run out.
Oh my God!
Jared's moved all in. Brendan just can't call. That's that's probably the most interesting hand we've seen so far today.
Very much so, yeah.
The limp from under the gun with the jacks. You see that every now and then. Not willing to, you don't want to open, you don't want to raise and then get re-raised. A lot of players aren't quite, too fond of pocket jacks. So he's happy to take the line of limping, and if someone raises, he's happy to close the action and call, which is exactly what we saw. But it allows hands like that 8-7 of diamonds to take control of the pot, which Brendan did. And if not for an extremely favourable run out, then that could have cost. Could have cost chips on that occasion.
Let's talk about it, Chris. Do you feel, and tell me if you believe me if I'm wrong, depending on the position, stack size, and your opponent, do you feel like the jacks and the ace king are very played similarly, or and if you are limping with the jacks? Well, I consider them a very similar hand, and it's each to their own with this discussion as well. But let's just talk about the jacks alone. Well, you can come in and say, all right, an old style of players, I'm coming in 4-5x here, whereas the new style of players, I'm just coming jacks again, Asti Savage. Let's see how she plays it.
Yeah.
As we just pick up the conversation here, the cards are telling us the story will continue.
Yeah, well, okay, so there's a couple of things to unpack here. If you're going to play your ace queen and your jacks differently to how you play your other hands, then that's just open to leaks, and you'll be exploited by other players just purely based on your sizings and electing to limp pre-flop instead of raising. And then when you do raise, you want to be raising the same size, obviously, with your aces, jacks, tens, any raising hands. You don't want to vary your sizing based on the strength of your hand, because that's obviously going to be open for exploitation. So Asti's gone here with the 2.5x raise, whereas the standard that we've seen in pretty much every other pot so far today has been just a flat 2x.
Flat, yeah. Flat to 2x.
Exactly. So, and you do see that from a lot of players, is they have the jacks and they raise bigger because they're slightly more, some like to say the word scared of them, but or that we haven't seen Asti open too much either. She was short before she found that double, so maybe 2.5x is the sizing she wants to go with, and we'll see that later on.
And there's just a lot of range and scare cards there from your queen, king, queen, ace, above. Just those overcard ranges is where you can particularly become outflopped, and maybe that's why the option of the flat to the min click of the jacks is there to minimise those overcard flops.
Yeah, just so you're aware, ladies and gents at home, that was not Jared throwing in a calling chip. That was that's a time bank chip. He's giving this some thought. What can Asti be doing this with? Does he think Asti can have ace king in this example? But even so, he's still behind. I'm trying to put myself in Jared's shoes and imagine what he's really contemplating here.
Yeah, he's really barreling down at Asti, and he is.
Can't really see any way that he can make a call here unless we're reading his.
Me neither, but obviously his spidey senses are going off with his two overpairs. I feel it's hard to continuate there at all, other than at any point, to be honest with you. But yeah, obviously Jared wanted to take his time and look down to see, right, is she just pressuring me? But unfortunately, she's got a hand, Jared, so.
Yeah, back to before about the electing to limp under the gun. If Jared's going to do that with his jacks, he's obviously going to be wanting to do that with the very, very top of his range. He's got to be limping his aces and kings as well. So otherwise, if the only time you see him limp is with jacks, then you just know that he's got jacks every time he limps. So it's just one equals the other. So. And there's players on the table that are going to pick up on that. You've got Lachlan Crilly, you've got Brendan Deli, you've got Tom Maguire, who are high-level thinking players that will watch the stream, see that hand pop up and go, okay, I'll make a mental note of it, and they'll go, when there's a limp from this position from this player, and it's pretty much capping their range, or it's narrowing down the selection of hands that they're going to have in that scenario. So Sharif here, opening from the gun, he's made it 2.5x as well, so
nice tight fold from Crilly.
Yeah, let's go with a king queen. I think in a later position he might find a way to defend, but again, those gun raises have been pretty solid and have been fine-tuned to getting everyone else to fold. So Sharif gets it through. So as the short stacks start to pick up a few chips, Asti there with the double against Brendan, Sharif and Alan both picking up a couple of blinds. Well, I wouldn't call Sharif a short stack, but Alan there was starting the day with about 300,000, got up to 5, now back down to 4. And Crilly just yet to find an occasion to put any chips in the middle voluntarily. He just had the king-queen, but found an excellent fold against the ace-queen. So he's locked in, is Lachlan Crilly, and now Daniel Klinger waking up from the small blind with the ace-deuce of hearts and with less than 8 big blinds. That is the only move we can expect. Sharif here with a hand that just simply, a majority of the time, will not be getting in the middle. The 9-3-0, and Daniel again collecting the blinds.
Yes, and so welcome everybody if you have just joined us. We are on the Goliath day 3. We'll get that graphic changed, unfortunately. I just noticed a little spelling mistake there. And this is the final table. There is 8 players remaining. If you are looking for our pay structures, guys, please look in the live chat area there. There is a structure all the way down to the 8th place. Plenty of action to be had here at the Adelaide Intercontinental. We've got the Beast kicking off in the background. We've also got the Adelaide Championships. We are lucky tonight. We might be finding ourselves flowing over from the Goliath into the Adelaide Champs.
Fair enough. Strong. Depends on your hand though. Yeah. You could jam 5s and get tanked. I'm all 6.
Plenty more to come. Loving support in the chat for the players. Feel free to light it up, ask any questions. I have Chris Water in the booth with me too, extraordinaire media guy.
Isn't that right, Aston?
Happy to be here. We lost the one player last night. It was Ashton Campbell. Oh, Campbell Ashton, sorry. Campbell Ashton in 9th place, walking away with $6,400. Now, Jared's called here from the cutoff, so he's limped the 6-7 suited, a hand that he'd like to see in position. 6-7 of diamonds, and he flops top pair with a gutty as well to go alongside it. And he's going to be leading this flop, and Asti with 2 overcards, and it's a board that suits a big blind texture, but you got to think, what hands is Jared limping? You can have jacks, obviously an overpair.
One big bet.
Obviously plenty of suited connectors, as he does here also. Asti's going to aim off for 1 straight with those 2 overcards. And of course, the gut shot as well. And now this is a interesting cooler building here. 2 pair for Jared, top pair for Asti. A 3rd spade on the board could potentially play in the mind here.
Heads up.
And Asti folds that turn. So Jared, see, if Jared continued again on that turn card, Asti turns the top pair and is letting it go. Well, it's an excellent fold, to say the least, but you think, what turn cards is she hoping for? However, it brings in some straights that a limp can have, and obviously brings in spades. So, well done, Asti, making a fantastic fold. That's an interesting one. That's one worth discussing. I wish I had someone next to me to go, hey, what's going on there? But no, excellent move. Guess the turn card that you'd expect to be hoping for, but I suppose brings in everything, and can't be sure exactly of what Jared's got, and well done, Asti. Now, okay, fireworks incoming, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Maguire with the ace-king off from under the gun, and the red aces for Alan Wilson. With 10 big blinds in hand, we can expect an all-in. And it's hard to see Tom finding a fold here in any case. Lachlan Crilly has the ace-queen and snap folds. And that's no more aces left in this deck. Lachlan Crilly, he's had no hands whatsoever. And then when he has woken up, he's just been up against monsters. He's sniffed them out and just gotten out of the way. That's incredible. Tom makes the call. Ace-king versus aces. Alan Wilson, a huge favourite here. 93% to win this pot. He's in fantastic shape to find a double and get into a very playable position with 20 big blinds if he were to win. Oh, that's a scary flop for the aces up against ace-king. Brings a gutter ball in for Tom. Needs to fade a 10 and a 10 only on this river. It's a 10 on the river. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that's heartbreaking for Alan Wilson. In excellent shape, 93% pre-flop. And you see the Queen Jack come on the first 3 cards, and you know that there's additional outs. And Tom spikes the 10 on the river. We've got Harvey Silver making his way into the commentary chair, and I'll bring him up to speed. So you're going to hear a repeat, ladies and gentlemen. You'll hear the instant replay verbally. We have an open from Tom Maguire under the gun with the ace-king. You got Alan there putting his final chips in, his last 10 big blinds in with aces. Lachlan Cooley snap folds ace-queen. Folds back around to Tom with the ace-king. Queen Jack on the flop brings a gutter in for Tom, and we know what the river is.
Of course, it's a 10.
Sure was, and obviously heartbreaking after being such a huge favourite pre-flop there. But Alan finds the rail in 8th place, and Tom just extends that chip lead.
That's pretty strong. If there is an all-in and a call at your table, please do not turn your cards face up until I direct you to do so. If you signify another table that there is an all-in and a call at your table while they are still in an active hand,
Was sick.
you will get an immediate penalty.
Thanks, Chris.
We are going to be taking 2 minutes off the
Let
clock.
Chris run pretty soon. He's going to go off and do some of our social media, which he's been doing so well all week. Last day, mate. Have you survived it?
I'm here. I'm smiling. Yeah, it's been pretty cool introduction to APT and to Adelaide APT. The first series here where APT's visited the City of Churches and the Intercontinental Hotel as well. Fantastic venue. It was really beautiful and quite grand. Obviously in the ballroom it's, to repeat the word grand, it's got this grandeur about it.
Very 80s style. I remember staying here when it was a Hyatt. That would have been probably 30 years ago. And well, it's certainly been upgraded over that time. It's still got that same feel, that same 80s feel.
I'm afraid I can't quite cast my mind back that far, but I'll take your word for it.
But it's certainly, as you say, very grand. Someone who designed this obviously liked octagons, because
yes,
everything is in octagonal shape, including the rooms upstairs. Every room's an octagon shape.
Yeah, it's one of those buildings that you read about in your Year 3 maths test. Determine the area of this octagonal room. Hexagonals don't exist, ladies and gentlemen. It's a made-up word. Yes, we've got a comment from Hayden. That is a yuck way to go out of a big tournament, and yeah, we can't help but agree. That's we use the word heartbreaking, and I think that applies in this scenario. When you wake up with aces against an under-the-gun raise, you are thinking it is Christmas. Put the chips in, and it just played itself. Every hand that we've seen so far today has pretty much played itself, except there was one hand earlier where Asti found a fantastic fold against Jared. It was 2-pair versus Asti's top pair. That's one to look back on for sure.
And while it is a surprise, probably not here, because we have seen so many bad beats, so many one-outers, so many come from behinds. In fact, one of the things you're putting together at the moment is a little highlights package of a 3-hour period in the grind, which no one will believe. So, yeah, we shouldn't really be that surprised. We've seen it so often here in Adelaide, and someone did comment yesterday in the chat, Adelaide, get it in good and go out.
Yeah. Well, we just saw it again there. It had been a pretty ABC final table so far on play today, and then, of course, we got brought back down to earth, back to the sickening hands. And Sharif here under the gun with the ace-6 of hearts. He's just a little too wide, I think, to get involved there. It's a pretty hand, as is the 4-3 of spades for Brendan, but that's the nature of this. If a short stack gets their chips in the middle, you don't want to be caught out there. Now, Crilly here on the button. I don't think he's voluntarily put any chips in the pot so far today. And we were saying earlier, Crilly he's been card dead all morning, all day. And he's had 2 strong hands on 2 occasions. He had King-Queen, but he magically found a fold against the Ace-Queen, and just then he had Ace-Queen against the Aces and Ace-King. So he's had 2 genuinely playable hands so far today, and found what looked to be easy folds on both occasions. So a lot of players, when they've been card dead for so long, they see a hand like the King-Queen or the Ace-Queen, and emotion comes
You
out.
get desperate, don't you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that just shows the willpower. Lost a lot of his chips, and he's playing the long game.
We were
Down to 7. 7 players remaining, and again, that money up top. Remind the viewers at home. 65 grand.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Nothing worth scoffing over for sure. And these pay jumps are proving valuable as well.
Especially when you get into the top 5, the jumps are really significant. So, you know, these guys will, you know, at least be trying to, I mean, they'll all be looking at winning it, no question, but, you know, they would at least want to get into that top 5 now,
Top 6, top 5,
out, right
lock
out
up
another couple of outs.
Lock up a 5-figure cash from 6th place onwards. So Alan walking away with 7,500. Next out will get 8.8 grand. Top 6 is where the 5 figures start to build with a $10.8 thousand cash from that point, and then the top 5, 14 grand onwards, and they all get $750 high roller tickets added to their prize as well, inclusive as part of their payouts.
Of course, they all want that trophy.
They sure do, and now here's Daniel getting his chips in the middle with, again, sub 8 bigs, 315,000. With the ace 5-0 from the small blind. And I think Brendan here,
I haven't watched Brendan. I haven't watched Brendan this morning, but last night he was extremely tight.
Yeah, well, 20 minutes ago we saw him open 4-5 of spades under the gun and ran into Jared, who was happy to put chips in the middle on a flop that didn't suit Brendan, so he was able to get out of the way. But he's willing to put chips in with those kind of hands. And well, when you open gun 1 like he just did with the ace 9, and then there's a jam over the top, despite the size of the jam, it's the principle of it being a 3-bet jam, and you've got to think maybe his ace 9 isn't in great shape. Obviously, it's a good move from Daniel to get the better hand to fold, but
and this is what happens. He folds, you know, an ace 9 and then picks up the ace queen suited. So, and we all understand that he plays that hand. He doesn't get that hand in the next hand because the cards get shuffled differently, and so you know,
the butterfly effect and all that comes into it.
So,
now here's an interesting point here. We've got Tom with all options open to him, but one thing we discussed earlier, when Brendan had more chips at his disposal, we were talking about how, for ICM purposes, Tom and Brendan, the 2 biggest stacks, do not want to be getting involved in big pots with marginal hands. It's just going to hurt each other's cause. Obviously, you're looking to target the shorter stacks. So Tom happy to play this one in position with the Queen Jack of diamonds. Obviously, a very 3-bettable hand that you can take the aggressive route with, but he'll take advantage of being in position. Sharif folds a possibly defendable hand, and Asti does call with the King 8 there. Unsuited, but obviously in front of a raise and a flat. And the price is there to make the call.
8 folds. 9 folds.
This board doesn't connect too well with either of the 3 players. I think aggression might be the thing that gets a win for this pot, and it's Brendan happy to see bet. Backdoor nut flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Clutching at straws there, but it's the 2 overcards that I think
no one's coming along there.
Yep. C-bet does the job, and now Brendan climbs up a little bit. He was down to 1.1, restores his place as the 2nd chip leader. And it's Tom. Double the next best stack, sitting alone up the top. And it's a battle between everyone else. Daniel with the shortest of it. And Crilly sitting there. He's the only player that has not been involved. I think post-flop has not gotten to a flop, I believe. We'll see if now changes his fortunes. And no, it doesn't.
if it wasn't Lockie Crilly, you'd probably be talking about someone sitting there just trying to fold their way up through the money order, but
That's not how Lachlan
here.
plays. No, he's
Not
not
at
there. He's not there for pay jumps. He wants to win this tournament, as does everyone, obviously. But Crilly chasing a big score. He came third in the Goliath at Bankstown last year, picked up 49 grand, and obviously a fantastic score, great deep run. However, you know, when you come that close and you're eyeing off the trophy and you know what you're capable of and you don't reach it, there's that longing and that desire that's still there, and I think you'll want to capitalise on today. Now, Daniel here, pretty much, I think, put half a stack in the middle there.
225, so enough to get it through.
Now, shorter stack still. Daniel Klinger and Lachlan Crilly is now the second short stack. However, just a touch under the 20 big, so not too unplayable. I think it just said 16 big blinds there. That's definitely a workable stack.
What do you think's more
have the blinds gone up? I might need to...
The ace king hand?
Yeah.
About to see.
On that, yeah. I don't think they are, because I'm seeing some orange in the mix.
Until it is
Queen Jack 10.
Yeah, no, still.
Until it is
2040.
You hear that, Sportelli? Ace king's a good hand. No. I was just thinking about it.
King Queen of diamonds here for Daniel as well, and he's got a slightly deeper stack than before. Is he
Or if I see someone stacking.
counts out his stack, evaluates the right move. He's been aggressive.
Oh.
If he jams here,
7 and 8.
That's strong.
you might think he's a chance of being called slightly lighter. He leaves some chips behind, and
Folding ace king.
the purpose of that, if you're sitting at home wondering why is he just not going all in, well, when you leave chips behind, and there happens to be a rejam and another rejam and another rejam, you get a free pay jump by remaining in and just folding any two. So that's why if there's someone wakes up with aces and there's kings and there's an all-in and an all-in, Daniel can pocket himself some extra cash. But it's effectively an all-in, and it still achieves the same result. It folds around. And Daniel climbing up those rankings, 16 bigs, Lachlan with the 19 bigs. Asti as well in a similar position, the sub 1 mil stacks. There's 3 of them of the remaining 7. Those watching at home or wherever you may be, say good day.
Do you want to fade the snap?
Show your face. Give us a smile. Send a message.
You don't want to fade
Be
the snap?
part of it here
Tank for a little bit if you want.
on the final day of the APT Adelaide Championships here at Intercontinental Adelaide. Tom here from the small blind with the Queen Jack. He'll look at Crilly's stacks. He's sitting with about 19 bigs. Too much to jam, perhaps? No. Oh, it's an all-in call. Tom just applies max pressure. It's a large shove. This is a 30, this is nearly a 40 big blind pot this one. 30, 37, 38 bigs. And Tom sticks it in.
Unless we see the same thing again.
Well,
Lockie's been very, very patient and has shoved it in at the right time.
Well, this is the first hand that Lachlan Crilly will get to a flop with, and he's going to see a whole run out. He's ahead. He's got Tom Maguire dominated, but that doesn't mean anything given what we've seen so far. It's a safe run out.
Very safe.
Gives Crilly a chance to lock it up with a 5.
Only a backdoor flush, really. That's not going to happen.
Crilly needs to fade one of 3 queens and does so. And that is the perseverance coming to a head. Thoughts on that move there from Tom? So blind on blind, Crilly's sitting with 19 big blinds. That's nothing to scoff at. And he's just put it in. At what stack depth do you think would you be most comfortable? Well, he's obviously the chip leader. He's happy to apply pressure. He doesn't know that he's going to be running into a good hand more often than not, but it's a substantial shove. Those at home, any contribution as well, but
little calculated risk. You know, Lockie's not calling unless he's really, really strong, and the chances of him being really, really strong are small. So it's a calculated risk, and
at what point does you know, a raise there achieve the same result? Obviously, if you're min clicking, he's defending a lot wider, but You allow yourself some fold equity if Crilly regems over the top. But then there's all this leveling that goes on between these two high-level thinking players. So in the end, I'm going to trust what Tom did and assume that I'll take his word for it. So, but it's worked out for Crilly. Lachlan finds a much needed double, and it's a huge double. He's moved his stack up beyond the 35 big mark, so close to 40 bigs in his stack now. And as we said, he's a player that knows how to run deep in these events. He's got a stack to work with now, so watch out. Crilly's coming.
So what you're saying is if he'd raised half of Crilly's stack, he probably achieves the same thing. Crilly either folds, and if he comes over the top, he's got the choice of then folding. I mean, you know, what sort of raise is going to
along those lines,
give him the same indication of how strong Crilly is.
Well, if you go half the stack, you don't leave yourself much room to fold. It's almost you price yourself in if there's a jam. It's more even if you go with a 3x, considering it's small blind on big blind. If you min click, you're playing out of position. It incentivizes a call from the big blind. You go for a 3.5x sizing, but then Crilly can be thinking, okay, is he scared of his hand? How weak is he? If I jam any 2 here, am I getting him to fold? Or, you know, it comes down to each player's history with each other. And so that's why I'm happy to not make any judgment and just go probably correct here. So let's have a look at this. So
Brendan's folded ace-9 again.
Yeah, it's
a 3-bet.
Yeah, well, ace-deuce for anything ace-deuce through to ace-5, any of those wheel candidates, especially suited, well, mainly suited, definitely 3, 4-bet, 5-bet candidates, and against the ace-9, the ace-9 is just not looking too good against a lot of 3-betting hands, and Brendan knows that, and he's it's just been unlucky. There's been a lot of raises that have gotten through without a lot of raises that have gotten through uncontested. But for Brendan, every time he's opened his ace-9, he's been met with another raise or a jam. So,
so a reminder that the stream's going out on a half-hour delay, and there's no question at this point, possibly the next break, these guys will be having a chat to people that have been watching the stream on their behalf and starting to get an indication that maybe, you know, there's been some raises a little bit lighter than others, you know.
Agreed, yeah.
So, you know, they'll get an indication that when they are 3-betting and shoving, that it's not necessarily a premium.
Well, if they, you know, if I'm sitting here watching now, and if you put me on the table straight in the tournament, I'll have an idea that, okay, if Jared's limping, he might have jacks, and if Brendan's raising in late position, he can have the 5-4 suited. So it's those bits of information that you gain from seeing the whole cards that help identify certain player styles and their types, and that's why the history between the players that have played together is so important, because they don't need to watch the stream. They know how each player plays. So we're going 3 ways to a flop here.
No, just 2.
2 ways?
Daniel's folded it.
Yep.
Pretty nice flop there for Tom.
Well, as Jared, you don't mind this flop. It's one that you can easily get away from. It's one that doesn't really win too much. But I think we'll see we can see a C-bet here from Jared. But he likes to check. He's going to slow down on this board. I think we'll see Tom. Tom can consider a check here for deception, and I think he might allow Jared to catch up with a range of hands as an option, but he's going to just put chips in the middle.
Not much.
Yeah, protects his bluffs as well. Tom's going to be bluffing in this spot with a variety of hands that might, you know, just purely be diamonds or any Jack X, King X. That,
but it's a flop that Jared just cannot continue on.
No. No. Yeah, apologies. I'm just catching up now, just mentally. That it was Tom's open and Jared just defending, hoping to set mine from the small blind. So yeah, that makes complete sense. But even so, you know, Tom there's just pretty much got that board pretty well covered. I think he's betting there to protect from flush draws and any marginal hands that might want to peel the street, so wants to charge for it, but he's happy to just extend that chip lead further and further.
Give us one more hand, Chris, and Tony Hasham's about to walk in and join us.
Well, if there's a person I'm giving my seat up to, then happy for it to be him, for sure.
Talk us through this last hand. Hopefully we get a bit of action here.
Yep. Tom here from the hijack with one of those hands we were talking about earlier, those suited connectors. Blinds are up, by the way, so 100,000 is the new standard for racing as a min clip. And Jared here got a very defendable hand that is happy to take in position on a number of occasions, but he's open to all options, elects to fold.
7 fold.
Klinger gets out of the way from the small blind, and Sharif there. He's going to defend the big blind with the 5-4. He'd be thinking he's pretty live here against most raisers here. However, they're each blocking each other's straights. And Sharif flops a gutty. And for Tom's specific hand, it's not a good flop. However, for his range, he might look to target Sharif here with a C-bet and represent an ace. But
definitely.
Monotone boards, you want to be looking at a small sizing. And he goes with 90, just less than 2 big blinds. And it's enough to get the job done. All right, well, I believe I'll be jumping out now. It's been a pleasure to start the day. I'll keep an eye on my bunnies as they're playing in Vegas at the moment. Scores a 6-all for those at home interested in the Rabbitohs versus Eagles. Round 1 of the NRL in Las Vegas. 6 points all after 25 minutes.
Yeah, the big news, unfortunately, Hugh Jackman had to pull out of the pre-game entertainment. It was about the only thing I heard about
some
that.
Weather or some weather event and had a roof.
That's the only thing I've heard about it. That was the headline I saw this morning. Jackman out. I didn't even know he was playing.
Well, he's a big Manly fan, and him and Russell Crowe were heavily involved in the advertising. Russell for the Bunnies, and Hugh Jackman, being a big Manly fan, got involved in the marketing. And man of many talents is Hugh Jackman. I wouldn't be surprised if he rocked up now and we got him into commentate, and he'd tell us what hands the players had without even looking at the cards. So, yeah, he could have taken his shirt off, or he could have sung, or he could have danced, and he would have found a way to entertain for sure. So that is a shame for the Vegas crowd, but they've got some footy, which I'll be tuning into pretty soon while I work. But for now, thanks for having me, Harvey. Pleasure being alongside you. And enjoy the coverage, ladies and gentlemen, as we have plenty of people lined up for commentating, including Tony Hashem. That'll take you through the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Chris. And get onto our socials and see what Chris has been doing and what he'll be working on for the rest of the day. Obviously, in addition to the conclusion of this one, which is probably still a few hours, we've got the Adelaide Champs going on, and we also have the Beast happening. And talking of the Beast, Aidan Glenn has just walked in for, I think, what is going to be a very short amount of time. Tony Hashem was about to jump in and stuck his head around the corner and has disappeared. So I know you're a lot of things, Aidan, but you're not Tony Hashem. I know that, but at the moment, mate, with you and me sitting in the box, Beauty and the Beast, right? Daniel Klinger here wakes up with the big slick on the button. 570,000. What a recap of the week that we've had here, mate.
Well, I think outside of the wins, the highlight really has been the support in Adelaide, coming here for the first time with the APT. The numbers have been fantastic. Really, really solid support for all the events, and
the feedback has been absolutely sensational, Harvey. They're buzzing in the field right now. The players are coming up and, wanting to have chats and when's the next one happening and all that sort of stuff. And what it's a positive way to introduce ourselves into the market here in South Australia.
Absolutely. Big moment, though, in this tournament coming up. Daniel's raised it with the ace-king and has left himself very little behind. Asti, virtually her tournament here if she decides to call with the ace-queen. Asti's been incredibly tight. Wouldn't be surprised to see a fold here just because of how tight she's been, and she does.
Yeah, great laydown from Asti Savage. Basically, if she was making the call, leaving herself 3 outs, and potentially crippling herself. So the fold's the right play, and there's your Goliath statistics that's popping up on our screen.
Yeah, we put them up for about 3 seconds because we like to test how fast you can read. Our production team just behind the scenes giving us some
Kings?
It was so close to what?
You said
grief.
you're only going to play.
I'll put it that way.
Asti, how do you have a hard decision when you're only playing aces?
Yeah, the boys definitely love to put in some comedical things that unfortunately don't see on the screen.
No,
It is actually cool. It's not that hard.
to distract us.
You don't need a time extension for that.
Thanks very much, Matty.
I wasn't folding.
So a bit of a result there last night in the Hashem Deep Stack. We had the young Hashem come all the way through to a second place. I was just talking to him upstairs, pretty happy with the result, and he is just registering into the Beast today. So Anthony Hashem is
Joe's
going to be there.
son, whenever he finishes in a tournament ahead of Joe and Tony, you'll know about it.
Yeah, and so he should. He should be spiting it up.
No, great run in that event. He had chips all the way through. He was pretty strong for virtually the whole tournament. Anthony.
Crilly here with King Jack of Spades raises it up to 100,000.
I don't play it. Yeah. Crazy, yeah.
Lachlan raises 100.
Anthony yet to secure himself an APT trophy, but is edging closer and closer every tournament that he comes to here at the Australian Poker Tour.
8 folds.
All right, this has now turned real interesting. Asti deciding just to call out of the small blind with the ace-10, and now Brendan's got the ace-king suited. Lockie, king-jack suited, the original raiser.
We were discussing this before on stream, Harvey, in regards to the Jackson ace-king. Here comes the ship. He's going to squeeze it out, lock it down. But in previous times, we have seen some players just flat off their ace-king. Now Ashti's left with a bit of a decision, but I don't see her holding on to that.
At this point in the tournament, just before you hopped in, Aidan, we were talking about Lockie really being card dead and hardly playing a hand. If it wasn't Lockie, you'd probably be thinking, well, perhaps he's just trying to fold his way up the money list. But we know that that's not the way he plays. However, at the other end of the scale, I suppose, and at the other end of the table, Asti's been incredibly tight as well, and the pay jump for Asti is significant, and she is probably trying to push her way up, in the pay scale. So you've got two players who are playing in quite a similar way, but because we know Lockie so well, we know that he's trying to win this. He's not just trying to push his way up to fourth or third and increase the money.
Where are you? Are you on Team Crilly for the win here? Or?
No, I really think he's up against it, because I just don't think it's been running for him, and you do need to have it running your way. But yeah, so Asti's had a few opportunities to put a bit of pressure on and to call with what you'd think are pretty good hands, and has really taken the conservative route. And we saw there that was a great decision, because she would have been way behind, but
And the best result was the pre-flop fold with the ace-10 for Asti.
Yeah.
And she's woken up with the king-queen there and made another tight fold there to the all-in shove.
Yeah.
So, and I've seen Lockie Crilly do something out of position in the +2, +3 sort of spots as well with his king-queen as well. So, yeah, you're right. I think there is a bit of a strategical effort here to play those premium spots. And like Jerry Lynn famously says here, I only play premiums. And well, this is Lockie's playing full time now, so he's pretty much given up his day jobs, and he's travelling the country to be able to cash, and quite successfully, I'd have to say, at this point in time.
Yeah, but I suppose, you know, what I'm trying to say is that their aim is a little bit different. You know, I think Asti's would be not prioritising, but she'd put more of a premium on pushing up the pay scale, where Lockie is probably wants to win the thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're folding hands. You know, it looks like they're playing the same, but I think they look like they're playing the same for a slightly different reason. That's what I'm saying. I think, you know, Lockie's getting a sense of, you know, this is my spot. I'm not going to, you know, take too many risks because it's going to cripple me for being able to win the tournament. Whereas, you know, I think maybe Asti's thinking, well, let me let a few of these guys knock each other out so I can, you know, go up the pay scale a little bit before I take too many chances.
Okay, so you're feeling that Asti's taking the sensible pay jump scales, whereas Lockie's got the championship mentality and wants to go for the whole cake.
Well, that's what I feel. You know, just, you know, when you are a full-time player, your mentality is obviously different to someone who's come down here to, you know, for the week and try and get involved and do as well as you can and hopefully cash a few times.
Congratulations, you are in the money.
There you go, in the background, ladies and gentlemen, you just heard the bubble burst in the Adelaide Championships. Tournament director on the floor, if you can hear through our microphones. That's Alex Hansen, has just announced that that field is now going into the pay scale. Congratulations who's still in the field there, and if you'd like the updates on that, ladies and gentlemen, please head over to australianpokertour.com.au, click on the live tab and you can see the remaining players.
Unpaid promotion here, Aidan, but I introduce you to the Boujar nut mixes.
It's spicy, I like it.
And I'm eating them at the moment, but I think they've helped us get through the week. The beer mix, which is what we're tucking into at the moment. Fragrant spices mingled with peanuts, roasted corn.
Brendan Della's woken up with King Kong, ladies and gentlemen. He's popped it to 115,000. 2.5. And I'm not sure if we're going to get any action here from Jared. But Jared's been a bit of a sleeping giant. He's been playing so tight, getting it in good, folding super tight, which are... Wow, he's reaching for chips on a defense here with his 7-6 offsuit, little connector. And he has hit mid-pair, but still got the overs with the kings from Brendan in the cutoff. Jared interestingly has the option here, and I wonder if he will continue. And no, safety first, and goes with the check. Brendan's really got to consider with not seeing his whole cards here that, you know, the flush draw is available with the clubs, and you'd probably at best like to see his opponent holding a top pair jack with kings. So do expect a bet. 150,000.
Looks like he's going to fold, but I asked the question here. If you defend your big blind with a 7-6, what are you hoping to hit? This is a great flop for 7-6. It's so he will call. Oh no, that was his time bank, sorry.
Yeah, he's only got a pair and realistically needs to go runner for any further strengths or to hit another 7, which is the only 2 outs left there, halves.
So what you're saying to me is he calls, he defends his blind, and he's not going to continue unless he hits 2 pair or a set.
Yeah, and look, I've been watching his play, and again, he's a tighter sort of player, but when you are in the blinds, you do sort of defend a little bit more. You get an open, wide range, and that gives you the ability to maybe get those big blind specials and out flop and be able to catch something. So I do understand why and seeing if he can get that. But unfortunately, with those mid pairs, I see why that you feel that way, because he's not really going to be able to catch more than the 5 outs if he just hits that single pair, right? So it's just part of the defence of the blinds, and unfortunately, you got to let some of that go of your stack. Probably a different situation, mate, if he finds himself flopping trips or even having open-ended draws.
Dealers in the Adelaide Champs, blinds are up this end, 6,000, 12,000, 12,000.
The man who does look like Tony Hashem is now. Saw you stick your head around the door before, but looks like he's back. Could be your last hand, Aidan, before the owner of the APT steps in and tells us how great the week's been.
Yeah, definitely that. Certainly, he, as we heard on the stream last night, Tony did stop all the play and made a beautiful announcement thanking all the independent poker leagues around the country. Got beautiful applause, and it's been a successful event here, which I feel the service and the quality of the Australian Poker Tour has brought to South Australia. And yeah, the man's about to jump in the box with you, Halves, and have a bit of a session.
He also stopped play last night for half an hour and fed everybody. And about 60 pizzas arrive here. And guess whose job it was to dispose of 60 pizza boxes after? And it wasn't Tony's, I'll give you a hint.
Daniel Klinger, Adam has moved all in here with big slick suited ace-king of clubs, which is a bit of a tough spot here. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen, final table chip count. I'm jumping out of the booth right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Hashem is about to sit down. Thanks for having me, Halves.
Thank you, Adam.
You're not the only bucket hat in the room. Mate, Levy's whipped out a bucket hat. Never seen him in my life. Levy over there. He's got a red bucket hat on. You're not the only one.
I cannot see.
He's in the far corner, through Beth.
Oh, from Tony, sorry, mouth was full of nuts.
Oh, is it?
Starting the trend.
No, it's been a hell of a series.
He likes it too. He likes it.
Yeah, it's a bit overwhelmed. You know, you work hard, try to achieve goals, and our goal is to have APT on the map as a premium tour, and open the doors for a lot of the affiliates to come on board, you know, and assist them where we can, you know, whether it's satelliting, you know, naming tournaments after their brand, you know, and encouraging, you know, collaboration between all poker organisers within their state.
Seen some of that with the branding, even the branding on the tables. Some of these affiliate tours which you're getting behind and supporting, which is great to see. This is, in a lot of ways, the highlight tournament of the week. It's the biggest buy-in, and have we seen some unexpected poker, let me put it that way. How many players have come from behind? There's
Well, that's what makes the game so great. You know, you're never 100% of winning a hand or taking down the pot until the river card. Until the end of the hand's complete. Many people ask me, Tone, Hash, what's your favourite hand? Is it aces or is it ace king or is it queens? I just say to them, it's a winning hand.
I suppose the difference here, Tony, is there was a period of play here where you wanted to get it in. You wanted to get it in as the dog, because if you were favourite, you were not winning. There was just a period there where it was quite incredible how many players came from behind. A little bit more ABC poker, even though we saw an elimination a bit earlier. Where 10 on the river gave a straight, and that was again just really a bit of bad luck to leave the tournament that way. But generally, it's been played out a little bit more how it should be played out.
I think looking at the poker itself, the play, and the calibre of people that have flown across from various states and international players that have come over. The level of poker has definitely, and the quality of play has increased. And you can see it through, the bubble. The other day, the grind, the bubble went for 2.5 hours, and it showed people weren't just jamming it in because it was the bubble, Normally in previous APT events, from my knowledge, you get to the bubble, any two cards with an ace, players would jam, but now they're valuing, the play and also how hard it is to get to the money. So, bubble play is very, very important during tournaments.
The other thing that you may not be putting enough of value on is the payouts. You don't want to go on the bubble because the payouts have been really good. So, players want to get into the money. It's not like, you're getting into the money and you're getting, 2 times your entry fee back. It's, there's a lot of lure. Even here at this stage, we've got 7 left. Once you get in the top 5, and the pay jumps, you've really got to be considering all of that.
No, absolutely, Harves. You'd see there's pretty good play there by Sheriff. Yep. 3-handed, the flop came 2-5-5. Sheriff went check, and Sheriff let out, and the best hand, pocket 3s, end up folding. But yeah, good play, Sheriff, who is actually a really dear friend of mine. I grew up with Sheriff.
I was going to ask you to tell us a little bit about him, because he's come from Melbourne and you play a lot of poker with him and know him pretty well. What sort of type of player is he?
Well, when Sheriff first got on the scene, it was the year after Joe won the World Series. He, like many Aussies that wanted to play a game that we never inherited. Sorry, there's a mic in the background. So basically, Sheriff's gameplay went to from being an amateur poker player, and we were very fortunate that Crown had so many tournament poker events on, with the lower buy-ins, no limit hold'em back then. But yeah, he's improved quite a bit as a tournament poker player. He's relatively known amongst the poker community in the cash games. That he plays at either Crown or Star, or some of the games that we play at home. But yeah, his tournament play has gone through the roof the last 2-3 years since COVID.
The other thing about Sheriff, he enjoyed himself here in Adelaide. He's been enjoying himself in the poker room and outside.
Yeah, no, you learn a lot. I mean, Sheriff's played a lot of poker, and looking at players like Tom Maguire, Lockie, who are both in the hand now. These kids are coming. They're the new kids on the block. These are the kids that where we were 10 years ago. But it's great to see poker growing. The amount of our preferred affiliates that have come out from Matchroom Poker have been amazing. Stack Poker as well. Gambia Poker, who I was with the boys last night. For the record, as I said to Foxy and Pinky and all these characteristic names, they name themselves, which were, and by the way, congrats Pinky, you won a tournament the other day, well done. And they've got an event out in April, coming up in April, but also in June, so I've committed to help out and to assist them with their event in June. They'll send me the schedule and the dates, so just for the record, I will be going to Mount Gambier to support our affiliates. That's what we do. In March, I'll be coming back to Adelaide, late March, to support Matchroom Poker. And then when Stacked have got their event on, we'll be out here to support. We'll also be going to Sydney for the APO. That should be a cracking event.
A lot ahead for you. Busy time, a lot of travelling. Sheriff with the guns.
He's got the aces. The worst hand just folded.
Yeah,
Tom Maguire.
I said yesterday, Tony, there's no bad time to get aces, but the worst time to get them is when no one calls.
Well, very true, very true.
My hand's just really bad.
One red, one black.
It works, the no card thing.
You saw what I did to that hand about 40 minutes ago, didn't you?
Oh.
My hand was worse, but was doing better against ace. I'll say that.
I have seen a YouTube video where a guy gets hit by lightning twice. I've seen it.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Isn't that just a figure of speech? I thought that happened all the time. I'll tell you what, if my hand was as good as the... Hey man, I'm smarter than these guys. Don't bucket me in the same one as these guys.
Didn't even give you the min call.
I'll tell you this, if I had ace-7 suited again, you'd be hearing about it. I wouldn't be folding that one. Well, you complain and you just went 2 hands straight after you complained. Yeah, you did.
8 folds, 9
Sorry?
Fair enough.
Similar, yeah. Very similar. Until like 1.3.
Yeah, like 1.5.
Ish, yeah.
Dealers in the Adelaide channel, please shuffle up and deal. Hand number 16.
5 raises, 175.
We're back.
Oh, we never went.
We never went.
He's going to defend here. 25.
Good to see Michelle Anu who's a regular at APT events, and a good friend of mine is wishing Lachlan all the best. What a great player Michelle has turned out to be. He's an absolute ripping guy, and for me, he's up there with the best of Australian poker players. He proves it week in, week out, or tournament out. He's great for the game. Yeah, let's have a look. Anstey Savage, the only female left in the Goliath, and this girl can play. She's also supported our Poker with the Stars events. One year, a chap that won the event ended up donating a car to her, and Mick, who won the event, was kind enough to donate the car. Talking about Mick Gatto supports our events, and it's good to see Asti there. She was very humble and grateful, and great shout out to Asti, and also to the charity that we're currently supporting now, Easy Access for Autism. They've got an event coming up in Melbourne, which will hopefully generate, funds for autistic kids to build playgrounds and amazing, absolutely amazing. Our last event, we just donated under $60,000 to the charity. Great work team at the Hash Management Group. Gave them a bit of a shout out.
Tony, there's some plans to have a Poker with the Stars or an All In for charity outside of Melbourne this year?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're looking Sydney, possibly Adelaide next year, with more time to plan. And we'll get the right partners involved, sponsors involved, which would be a cracking event, pre-series. So, got a bit of planning to do after this. As I announced last night, we decided not to go ahead with the APT in Sydney. We're going to reschedule that. This is what happens when you collaborate with other poker organisers. So we don't clash, and it affects not only the bottom line for the poker organisers, but it also affects the players and the dealers and staff that we share.
Absolutely. Look, Tony, I think you've said it every time you've been on here that the Australian Poker Tour is about supporting the tour and growing the tour. It's not about trying to take over and muscle people out. You've got to fit in with existing schedules and also have some consultation with the other tours, and when are you looking to be on and maximising the opportunity for the players to play events, not forcing them to choose between events.
Well, that's the important thing. Communication's important, being transparent. And as I've always said, people want to run their own race. Poker organisers want their own race, no problem. But I strongly suggest, to work together. Here in South Australia, they do it really well. SPT, who have come out in their dozens to support us, and a big shout out to Maddie, Billy, and a new owner in Kelly Princess. I didn't realise that she's just a new owner. I would have thanked her last night in my speech. My apologies, Kelly. And then you've got they all collaborate, and they all have an awards night where they select certain players who have achieved great results. Also staff as well. It's fantastic that they collaborate, and they all work hand in hand.
we've got to grow the game. Can't be cannibalising each other. The game, you know, is not big enough to you know, be forcing players to choose between events and tours. So, you know, we need to be supportive and make all the tours as strong as they can be.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Dean Nichols has just wrote on our chat line saying it's very professional. You know,
way to run things.
And everyone wins at the end of the day. You're absolutely right, Dean. It's the only way to do it. And you know, players win. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for tournament poker to grow, and we all grow together, you know, and we work together, you know. I mean, let's give the players what they want, you know. And if it means that, you know, we're the leaders in the industry, so be it. But we're not going to just, you know, walk all over other. We want our affiliates to partner with us. We want them to work in with us. Give us ideas. You know, I've got no problem with constructive criticism if there's issues with the way tournaments run. Jared looks like he's got pocket aces.
He doesn't.
That's
He
twice
doesn't.
or
Yeah, he doesn't look like it. I reckon he has got them.
He has got them.
Let's see if he can get a call this time. Sheriff with ace 5.
Checks. No, he made the call.
Yeah, it's just a little raise.
Oh, this hand will end pretty quickly.
Just the way Jared's been playing is not checking there a million years. So, prefer to hope that his opponent has something to want to continue. Obviously not a 9. This is our quick look outside at what's going on. There's a little bit of coffee and drink service.
Lovely Gina, I'm going to give her a shout out. She has been amazing from Matchroom Poker. She runs the room. She has really been amazing, assisting us with staffing, with waitresses throughout the whole week. Yeah, big shout out to Gina.
And that room's going to get awfully busy a little bit later in the afternoon. It's obviously a bit quiet at the moment. We've got the opening stages of the Beast and the Adelaide Champs.
Yeah, that's running now. But you know, we've got the King's Cards Big Freeze. We've also got the Hall of Famers Open that starts at 4 p.m.
That's the one to come down for. If you're in Adelaide and you feel like playing a bit of cards this afternoon, and if you're not a Hall of Famer, it doesn't matter. It's an open event. You can come in and take on the Hall of Famers.
Yes.
$750 buy-in, is it?
Correct.
Yep.
Correct.
And
correct.
That's going to be a really great way to round out.
Well, there's another event right after it. A couple of hours later, an hour later, you've got the big one for everyone. That's the $250,000 guarantee that we're giving at the end of the year that will be played out. The buy-in's $350. 40K starting stack. All our events are dealer dealt, 25-minute levels. And that's one of the big feedbacks that we've got, Halves, is that my goal was to eliminate, dealer self-dealt events, and even with the same buy-ins as the self-dealt events, we put on dealers, and to give the amateurs or the beginners an opportunity, the experience.
Yeah. I mean, this is for a lot of people the stepping stone from pub poker.
Yep.
And you're walking in here and you're not feeling intimidated. It's
No.
very welcoming. But it's got all the feel of a very professional big event, and the dealer dealt part of that is a major factor, I think. It's one of the real differences, when you play pub poker and walk in here, that you feel straight away.
And it's like you're going up a grade, upper level, like most sports, and we're all on the same page with growing the sport of poker.
So that last event,
No, he's in the
It's a 250 guarantee. So that event is basically a qualifier, is it? You're going to move through to a later tournament? Is that the way it's going to work?
Well, we'll sit down with the team, brainstorm, further brainstorming. Look, ideas are great halves, but we need to implement, ways of, making sure we facilitate what we say, and we execute and ensure that the players, the dealer, the staff, we have a smooth operation. Now, people that run businesses know that, it's not always smooth. And we're still.
Geez, it's smooth here, Tony. We've had no issues.
No, it's been
No, it
great.
has been
It's
actually
been
very
great.
good. It's been very, very good.
Yeah, and hopefully it just gets better. Big shout out to our sponsor, Trakakis Jewellery. Massive talk about the rings. The rings for Trakakis, the ring. The person that won it was super excited, but he didn't fit his finger, and basically we said to him, go to the jewellers, but you bet if it's costly, come back and Nick Trakakis will definitely fit it to his finger.
Yes, that was Hiking Zhang.
Or the other option is that we cut his finger off. And
we did give him that option. Geez, hasn't he had a great run here? Not just at your event, but also came into the APT, had won 4 tournaments at Sky City in 2 weeks coming into this. So he was on a heater.
He was on a heater.
And then finished up winning the grind.
I should know his name, shouldn't I? I'll get it.
Yeah, it was Hiking Zhang.
That's it. Was that it? Was it Hiking Zhang? Okay.
Players in Adelaide Trends will also be going on a 30-minute break. 30-minute break to all
Pretty sure it was
players in
Hiking won the grind. Beat Jerry Zhang. Heads up, I'm pretty sure.
I just found out another good friend of mine, Nick from Solomon from Dermot Gyms, who owns Dermot Gyms across Australia, won the big PLO event. He was contemplating whether he was going to come, and I basically said, mate, it's a really good tourney. You're really going to enjoy it, and yeah. Well, he did, Chris. Thank you for that. Chris Wadia, he's what an amazing asset that both APT and APL share Chris's skill sets with regards to the media.
Yeah, and he was in here commentating before too, man of many skills.
Man of many skills.
I just want to comment on your mate here. What's his name?
Nick Solomon from Dermot Gym.
He's a quite reserved type, isn't he? He doesn't like being noticed. I'm just looking at the outfit that he was wearing at the table. Bright orange with the orange cap, with the big white teeth and the gold chain. How can he play poker with gold chains hanging over his head? Would have been on the table.
I think his goal. I think his goal was to intimidate other players,
and it worked.
So he's got the trophy that he wanted.
Yeah, and quiet retiring type. Get onto our social media. Have a photo. Have a look at the photo of this guy. he is obviously
he doesn't look intimidating at all.
Good on him. He's a fun guy too.
Yeah, well, he's sponsoring in the gather round of the AFL, the ex-AFL footballers. I think he's sponsoring Kane Corns, who's up against. I think who's he fighting? It's not. Is it Pettifer? Is it Kane Pettifer? I know Rocker and McKernan are going at each other, but the gather round's going to be huge. In Adelaide, hopefully I'll be able to come down and support Nick and support the gather round. Hopefully Carlton has a big win on that weekend.
We'd love to tell you that we're deliberately not showing the whole cards, so you can get a feel of maybe playing without knowing what players are holding, but we did have a little bit of an issue there for a couple of minutes with the graphics. They are back now.
We're back, Martin. Martin Henderson, we are back.
5 race, 100,000.
But it is fun to watch it for a little while without seeing the whole cards because, it's easy for us. Oh, why didn't he call?
Yeah, well, here's the thing, Harves. Prior to the whole cam, before it was introduced, or the innovation of the whole card cam, poker was boring to watch.
Well, that was when poker took off.
It took off.
As a viewer, as a broadcasting sport.
Yes.
It made no sense to sit and want to watch it without seeing the whole card.
Why would you watch it?
And how about the evolution of that, Tony, where people are sitting here watching this? We've gone from a little camera, being installed at the back of or in front of each player. And then we moved up to a glass viewing where the players had to put their cards on the glass and the camera was through there and you had to see it.
Correct.
And now we've progressed to this absolutely incredible RFID technology that we're using here and is in vogue pretty much everywhere in the world.
State-of-art technology, by the way. I didn't take any shortcuts.
No, and now the cards have a chip in them and the table reads the chip. Players aren't holding up their cards to a camera that we need to see them. So the evolution of technology. I was wondering what's next. Maybe you don't even get cards in the next innovation.
What would be really smart is someone could come up with the chips, with RFID chips, where the count of the chips is done automatically, without us trying to estimate how many chips that they have. Just a quick shout out to Peter McDonald, who won the Stacked Survivor Bounty winner, one of our affiliate partners. He was up against only 21 entries, but really, this guy wears his heart on his sleeve, like most of them playing out there. It was a little tournament, but as we had the Goliath, the Hashem Deep Stack, and Adelaide Champs all playing at once. Sometimes some events will get affected, but with numbers. But a win's a win. It doesn't matter how you win events. You win them. Just ask Stephen Bradbury.
Greatest win of all time, Stephen Bradbury. Tony, you mentioned the Hashem Deep Stack. Would have been a bittersweet experience for your nephew, Anthony, yesterday. It's always very nice when he outlasts both you and his dad, Joe, which he did, but unfortunately fell one short, finished second. You have a chance to catch up with him and see how he's feeling?
Yeah, no, look, Anthony, he actually finished seventh, not
seventh,
second.
sorry, I meant seventh.
Yeah, his aces got cracked by the eventual winner, Rocco, with ace king. I think it was king on the flop, king on the river. It was pretty brutal.
Very brutal. It got knocked out of the grind in a similar way.
Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. That's why I'm sitting here in commentary.
I saw how you got knocked out. His was more brutal than that.
Yeah, well.
He had kings. His opponent had eights. An 8 had been folded. It was a 1-outer in the deck. He hit the 8.
Seven race, 100,000.
Always takes a lot of pride in outlasting Joe, particularly his dad, and you in any tournament, which he did do. So you would have been happy with that at least.
You know, making a final table, making the money is a massive effort. And then, the goal is then make the final table. And then you got final table play. And when the pays increase as players get knocked out, all poker players are aware of that, you know. And the jump, sometimes the jump could be between, you know, depending on the tournament. It's you know, I mean, you got to. This game's brutal, but we come back for more. But I think the ultimate goal for any poker tournament player, it doesn't really matter about the money. Win the event. Win the event. And
Well, look, I was talking a little earlier about, you know, exactly that on this table. You know, we've got 7 left. The pay jumps, particularly once you get in the top 5, start to become enormous. But we also know some of the players on here are gunning for the win, and some of them are hoping to, you know, obviously get up in the pay, and they played accordingly, and that's fine. There's no criticism in that.
No, not at all.
Criticism.
Not at all.
Asti, for instance, you know, right down now on just 6 big blinds.
9 all in.
Asti still gunning for her first Australian Poker Tour title. She's been playing incredibly tight, and sort of got the feeling for a little while there that it was a bit about the pay jumps for her. But she's going to have to make a move pretty soon with just 6 bigs left.
C5 raise, 100,000. 7 folds.
Daniel's got the ace-jack suited in the cutoff. It's 100 to call. It's not going to be a call.
8 folds.
It's the time bank in. You can see there that we've got the clock, 30-second clock. Each player received 5 time banks, I think, Tony, something like that. And he's used one of those to give himself a bit of extra thinking time. As I said, I can't imagine that it's going to be a call. Comes the raise. 250. 275. And Asti, who's very short, has to put it all in with the king-queen.
Yep.
Daniel only with another 55k to call.
Easy call.
275,000. 1 fold.
Bit more in than 55. So he'll get some back. And here we go, and there's a queen, king-queen, sorry, against the ace-jack.
355,000.
Asti holding the king-queen off, while Daniel
9 calls.
has the ace-jack of hearts.
All in and a call.
This is for Asti's tournament life here.
Well, they both flopped their top pairs.
Players in Goliath, we have an all in and a call.
Late on the turn, river card.
Just a king or a queen here.
Asti,
doesn't hit it.
We're going to lose Asti.
We have ace jack of hearts.
So well played, Asti. Finishing in 6. 7.
7. I was about to say halves.
Jump one ahead. 7th.
8 of clubs.
Really lasted a long time. Feeling
We do lose a player.
part of that, as I said, that she
7th
was
place.
hoping a couple of the other guys would knock each other out so she could jump up in the pay. Really happened.
That's right, we
and,
saw the Yeah.
We had to push it all in with
It's all right.
6
We all
bigs
saw it,
left
Kenneth.
there.
You're a good man. Yeah.
She folds ace queen, but she can.
Yeah. Don't question it, mate. Take it and.
I don't know. Well, so I had ace king on the bottom when she folded.
$8,800 for Asti there for finishing 7th.
Great effort, Asti. Well done.
But why would she be one?
Jump another couple of grand for our 6th place.
She will be a little bit disappointed.
Oh yeah, I think you get so far and hoping to at least, as I say, get into that top 5 where it really starts to jump. So as I say, 6th place next, 10,800, and then we jump all the way up to 14 grand for 5th, 19 grand for 4th, 27,700 for 3rd, 40,000 for 2nd, all the way up to pretty good, Ash, 65 grand.
Wow,
for the
on
winner.
top.
Not going to abuse it.
Take it for a page on player.
We just got it.
Oh, I mean, we've got a total prize pool of what is it, $213,000 or 230. What
Yeah, I
is
think it was 230. I think that's right.
I think I'm
Memory.
right.
5 seconds. Restart.
It's more than that.
7 calls.
Yeah, I was right. 213,000.
Yep. Really good pull. This one again just before you walked in, Ado said what's been the highlights of the week, and for me it's probably been the numbers, Tony, that we have come to.
Yeah,
Adelaide for the first time. You don't really know what you're going to get.
Mate,
and they've come out in force.
Well, we've had so many players come from interstate, and unique entries into the APT events have just really skyrocketed. You're right there, Harves.
Heads up. 5 checks. Seat 9 bets. 100. 5.
Tony, be the last time I'm putting nuts in my mouth here.
We can clarify
choked.
that. We're going to clarify that. It's peanuts.
Peanuts, nearly
Peanuts, halves.
Nearly choked on a peanut there.
You are a peanut. You banana.
Banana. Talk about banana. You were eating one at the table the other day, a banana.
Yeah, I nearly threw it at the dealer. I just remembered, I better not.
The numbers have been really good, as you say. Boosted by quite a few interstate visitors, but the locals have been
fantastic.
Really supported this
Yeah,
event.
they really have. They've come out to play, and you see here, Sheriff is raised in the cutoff with King Jack of Spades, and Tom Maguire has folded his pocket threes. Wow.
Probably just feels he doesn't need to get involved there, Tom. He's got 3.3 million.
Wow.
I mean, it is. We can see the cards, obviously, but basically any pair is a massive dog, so he probably feels.
I guess it was last hand before the break.
Also, so that does bring us to the break. I'm going to go and have some water, Tony, and try and wash this peanut out of my throat. I did honestly nearly choke there. Instead of the music, you could have been hearing the ambulance sirens in the background. Thanks for coming in and joining us. We're going to have a little break as well as the players go off and have some refreshments. We'll be back here once they're back on the final table.
They're also competing to not just the prize pool, but a ticket into the High Rollers event.
The opening event of the High Rollers, $750 ticket. So that's for the top 5 as well. So plenty of incentive to get into the top 5. Thanks, Tony. We're going to have a little break, and hopefully your brother Joe will come in and join us pretty soon.
Well, he told me he was. So yeah,
it'll be nice.
It'll be nice.
See you guys soon.
Right.
Let's talk about this relationship I was talking about earlier. How is Mr. X going?
Oh my god.
It's not your fault, then. It's hard to get the cards past those big bloody meat hooks there. The old meat hooks.
Darlene could possibly be in a relationship. And no one's allowed to know who Mr. X is because he's a very well-known...
Oh my god, would you stop?
He shows the bluff too. Yeah, he doesn't have to show. He can just fold and make it out like he had a good hand, but he shows it because he's an absolute wombat.
Okay, good to know.
That's what we call him in Australia, wombat. Alright?
That's a small, lazy animal, right?
Yes, that's right. Well, they're not that small. They're very fat.
Yeah, but lazy.
Yeah. Even the foreigner knows. Got him.
Oh, that we know in Germany too.
Oh, you know,
everyone knows what a wombat. That's not bad, mate. That is impressive, young man. Impressive.
When I close my eyes and count to 10, all I feel is the adrenaline. And when the pain begins to set, all I hear is, long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion.
The camera's in the right spot, mate, because I'm a showman.
What's this on Twitch?
Yeah, a bit of banter. Don't worry. Always banter here. Always banter here. Whoa! Watch out, boys. They mic me up. Whoa, we were.
I only did that for the camera.
Some people. Yeah, I know, that's alright. Hey, Joe, you coming in here? Or? Oh, that's alright. Unlucky, lucky, one of the two. Oh my god. See, he just knew. You just knew, huh?
Oh, 133.
Oh my God, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, please.
133 and 800.
But oh. wrong way. I win with a hand.
Long live the champion! Long live the champion! Long live the champion! Long live the champion!
Attention, all players in the Adelaide Champs. Day 2, please start making your way back to the table.
Alright, guys.
There's all players in the Adelaide Champs. Day 2, please start making your way back to the tables.
Yeah, no one's going to go through wide anyway.
Somebody might get a really hard spot, you don't know.
Chuck in all
I'm big.
Yes,
somebody
please.
might need a 4-minute take. Yeah, you only get topped up every 2 hours. It's possible.
Seven raises, 140. 4 folds, 5 folds. Seat 7 is all in. On you, sir. Seat 8 folds.
Attention, all dealers in Adelaide Champs. Day 2, please start preparing your decks. Your small blind is going to be 6,000, big blind 12,000 with a 12,000 big blind.
I felt incredibly reluctant.
All players in the Adelaide
I
Champs,
felt very
please start
reluctant.
making your way back to the tables.
It always
the
is.
tournament will recommence in just under 30 seconds.
Well, not always, but yeah.
But most of the time.
Also, a reminder to all dealers in the Adelaide Champs, if you do lose a player on your table, please signify there is a seat open or yell out payout. And without further ado, our Adelaide Champs in the money, continuing at 6,000, 12,000, 12,000. Dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
C5 raises, 120. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds, takes it down. To call. 5 raises, 120. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. C1 false head up.
Attention, all players in the beast, please start making your way back to your tables, please. Your tournament is due to recommence in just under 1 minute. So all players in the beast, please start making your way back to the tables.
Seven raises, 120. Folds. Nine folds. One folds. Time extension.
Remind me not to raise your blind, Mr. Breadman.
Sorry?
Remind me not to raise your blinds. Never again. I've been told twice, and I still do it.
I was strong.
295 was a It was very fast. It was very fast fold.
Very quick. Brett. Nice hand, man. That'll teach me, Dinek. Back to folding, buddy. What I'm good at.
Me too, back to folding. I haven't had folding any hand.
Hey, I had ace queen once. That was nice to look at.
Same. I think that's my good ace queen twice and missed both times, but it was fun to look at.
Oh, I folded it. I didn't even get to play
I'm not
it.
a ton.
I didn't even get to play it. Boo.
Seven folds, 8 folds. One fold.
Then one thing that keeps happening is me letting you walk home. So that keeps getting stuff that I'm not willing to.
Four folds.
Like 6, right?
One gets a walk.
I did it Jack 730, and then you showed me as queen, so you showed me basically since I did try to. Good fold. They got to 10.
Eight folds. Nine folds. One fold.
have to have them in lots of numbers?
I'm just going to say how much I have. Yeah, because it's
Do
stacked.
I have to have them in 20s, mate, or can I have them in whatever stacks I want?
Countable stacks.
Please. Good.
I'll do it like that. So it's littleish, but
I think 20.
I'm not doing an exact. I'm not giving you an exact amount. Do I have to do that? You can't tell me how many chips I'm putting.
But it would.
They need to be countable stacks, so the players will know what you have.
You'd be good at math. You know, 319. Try to get me the tilt strategy.
Yeah, I'm just asking you. Seems to be like too much.
My fault.
That's stuff to do. Good.
One fault. Four faults.
Hold it.
5 is all in. 7 faults. Hold it. One fault. Seven raises, 120. Eight faults.
All in.
Nine goes all in, one fault. Am I moving the button for me, please? Four faults. Five raises, 127 faults. 5 races, 120. 7 faults. Just a small one there, thank you. Seven faults. Civic horse. That's a cord. Option checks. Check. 5 checks.
Back on commentary. Interesting hand here to step back into. 795 in the pot. Tom's hit 2 pair. Trouble here for Sheriff. And that just turned into a lot of trouble. Pushed all in. Tom's called. He's got top 2. Only a king to save Sheriff.
All in and call.
And he departs. Well played. It was Tom who shot the Sheriff as he vaults to 5.2 million. The Sheriff leaves.
Take 1 eliminate.
Do you have another all in and a call in
$10,800 for his 6th place finish. Melbourne Cash Game Specialist.
On a flop of 7-3 Queen.
And we're down to 5, big pay jump now.
In 6th place.
14,000 for 5th. 19,000 for 4th. We really hit the big pay jumps now. And the top 5 also get the bonus of the $750 high roller ticket for the opening event of the high roller series. That's a big stack in front of Tom now. Got about 9 times what Jared's holding. The button. Brendan throws the Jack 10 suited in. Tom it's all in. Queen 10 suited. And that's going to get Lockie to fold. The ticker on the right will be updated shortly. We're down to 5 now.
Maybe 1 pip higher, I got to call.
Sorry?
I think 1 pip higher, I have to call.
I'll show you.
That's it.
So it's Queen 10 diamonds.
I'm probably calling Jack 9 of hearts.
Yeah, Jack 9 of hearts.
No. Alright, Jack 7 of hearts. Jack 8's close, but we're calling Jack 9. It's close. Interesting. That's how.
Thanks.
It's a pretty good hand. Queen 10 of diamonds.
Pretty good. I think I had Queen 10 suited when I showed against the others.
Yeah, I had ace 5 of clubs. I didn't know if I wanted to 3-bet whack or 3-bet fold.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, well played.
Thank you, sir.
Probably 3-bet fold, yes.
60 to 4.
The very interesting situation developing here. Daniel raising it up under the gun with the ace-7. Brendan Della hitting the Rockets.
Attention, all players in the Adelaide Champs, Day 2. As per our main event policy, we will do a full redraw.
That's the
16
3-bet.
players would be 2 tables.
Has again got Queen 10 of diamonds. She pushed all in from last hand.
345.
A small blind though. Big chip stack. It's a fold though. Well, not necessarily. He's put a time bank in. Has folded Jared on the big blind.
10 seconds.
See him committing more than half his stack, the 5-4. Use a time bank.
Seconds. Time extension.
Daniel folds. Decision and Tom sitting so comfortable. sure what Brendan's doing here. Some action going on around the table there.
5 raised
Catch up.
465.
It is 165. It is. Tom's then 3-bet it. Lockie folds the suited connections. Fold, fold. Comes back to Brendan.
So the initial raise is
300k to call this. Now he's got a decision to make. Throws in one of his time chips. Gives himself another 30 seconds to consider this.
Time extension.
Another time chip goes in.
Attention for all players and dealers in the Adelaide Champs, Day 2. The next hand, our blood will be up 8,000, 16,000, and 16,000 big blind action. That's all players and dealers in the Adelaide Champs, Day 2. Blinds are up next hand, 8, 16, 16 ante, please.
Feel how big a decision this is. You can see the way Lockie was looking over at the two players, not even in the hand, and how big it is for the rest of the players on the table.
Also up next hand, 500, 1,000 with a 1,000 big blind ante.
Going to play him.
500, 1,000, 1,000. Next hand in the beast, please.
Again, massive pay jump from 5th to 4th.
10 seconds folded. And dealer change. Good luck, guys.
While all the players on the table will absolutely have designs on winning this, they are going to look across at Tom and see that massive chip stack and realise that there is a hill to climb to get there, especially if you're one of the guys sitting on the 400,000 odd chips. So pay jumps become really important. Sometimes you better live another day. Here's one of the guys on the 400,000 odd chips, Lachlan Crilly. He's got kings. Uses up a time bank. A little bit of posturing here.
5 seconds. One time bomb.
That's exactly what he was always going to do, which was go all in. And the other short stack is Daniel Klinger. He's got the pocket fives in the small blind.
8 fold.
We're starting to think between surviving, maybe
455,000.
folding your way to a pay jump and an opportunity to pick up all of Lockie's chips. What he doesn't realise is he's completely dominated. He does call. Brendan will get out of the way with a 9-5, and that's not great for Daniel because it's a 5 that he's not going to be able to hit that Brendan's got. And here we go.
9 calls.
Lockie, overwhelming favourite to double up here.
All in and a call.
Oh, bang. Can you believe this? This has happened repeatedly in Adelaide. Get it in bad.
Another all in and a call in the Goliath final table. We have Lachlan Twilley all in and at risk with Kings. Up against Daniel Klingers,
And
pocket 5.
that sums up the week in the Australian Poker Tour. Lachlan Crilly
6 of diamonds, 9 of spades.
goes
Turn
out
is the 7
in
of spades.
sixth, fifth, sorry, goes out in fifth.
And the river card is the 8 of spades. We will lose Lachlan Crilly in 5th place.
One outer. One outer.
$1,000 for his efforts in the Goliath.
Daniel Klinger hits the only 5 in the deck to send Lockie to the rail.
All poker players in the King's cards, big freeze, you'll blunder up 200, 400.
Knowing Lockie will go and compose himself and come back to play one of the tournaments to finish off our week here in Adelaide.
Blind, please.
500. 1, 2, 3 for 1.3.
And
5, 1, 2, 3.
another hand
So can I
that's
have
going to
the
go
live
into
number?
the
Thank
Australian
you.
Poker Tour Adelaide highlights reel.
First for us.
Perhaps Daniel Klinger will ride his luck here and move himself up another couple of rungs off the back of that. It's interesting when you get out of jail like that, that your psychology may change a little bit and think, it's going for me. I might be a little bit more aggressive than I otherwise would have been. Might play some hands that otherwise would not have played, because I should be out of here already and I'm still here. So Tom and Brendan.
Heads up. First odds. Forward check.
Good evening, everyone at home. Harvey?
It's only afternoon, mate. I know you wish it was evening, but it's only afternoon, Aidan. It feels like a long day.
Yes.
And you do not look like Joe Hashem, so...
No.
Where he is, Joe. He was here and we might still get him in. He's disappeared, but you...
Still a champion in my own right, mate.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you something. Normally you walk in and something happens. This time you walked in straight after something happened. You just missed another one of those hands here at Adelaide. Lachlan Crilly going to the rail.
Oh,
Kings against fives. A 5 was folded. And of course,
a 1 out.
Spike the 5.
Oh,
Another
geez.
1 outer, and Lachlan goes out with Kings against
the underdog
5.
retains.
It's just, and as everybody has said in the chat,
Yeah.
so sick. And it was to Daniel Klinger, who I just said probably feels he should be out of there, and now that he's got some chips, might, you know, start to feel, well, you know what, I'm going to start playing some cards because I probably shouldn't be here anyway, and I might be able to push myself up.
Seat 9 race, 100.
So I've just gone for a walk, mate, and got myself a quick bite to eat for some lunch. If you are coming to the Continental Adelaide... Intercontinental.
Oh, you mean if you're coming into Intercontinental?
Inside. Just beware that there is a protest happening out the front up towards, and the police have got the street closed. It looks like the trams are currently stopped. Interesting. I didn't find out what it was, but
We know what it is. We know what it is. It's always the same thing, mate.
Oh, fill me in.
Oh, well, what is it? Go outside and have a look. It's just disrupting the city. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's putting things to a little bit of a halt. But the doors are still open here at the Australian Poker Tour. The freeze is just about to start. The registration is open.
Attention all players in the King's Cast Big Freeze. If you could please start making your way over to your tables, please. You'll be in the far right-hand corner of the room, table 28 through to table 26. And so players in the King's Cast Big Freeze, please start making your way over to your tables, please.
Alrighty, so we are down to 4, is it?
It is 4.
4-handed, hand 340 since the stream has been running.
Sorry for being so short there about the protest. I'm just sick of, personally, I'm not going to get into politics, but I'm just sick of people disrupting cities all over Australia.
Yeah, fair enough. I wasn't too sure what you meant by it, and I was just looking forward to getting people to walk in.
It's virtue signalling, mate. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll try not to get into whether it's right or wrong. It's just the whole idea that a handful of people are more important than anybody else, and you can go and disrupt people's movement. City of Adelaide working so hard to put on the Adelaide Festival, and a handful of people deciding to go and make it difficult for people and disrupt them and hard to get around. But I'll say that's democracy. Democracy manifest!
We must rise.
What's the crime? Eating a succulent Chinese meal? I wonder if anyone knows what I'm talking about.
I don't, but it's very entertaining.
You need to go and watch that on YouTube.
Daniel spikes the ace.
Type in Democracy Manifest.
Okay, I shall look that one up, Harvey.
It's also a horse which was running yesterday, I noticed, on the form guide. It's a horse called Democracy Manifest. Which is a very famous bit of news footage out of probably the 1970s, 1980s. Gentleman getting arrested. claims he was being arrested for eating a succulent Chinese meal.
I actually know it's the old guy that's being pushed into the car, isn't
Correct.
it? Yes, I've seen it. I have seen it.
Welcome all players to the King's Card Super Freeze. Your event locks out at level 10. We have
Brendan Della is looks to be increasing the size of his chip stack, which is very different position in chip sizes. I'd like to see where everyone's sitting here, but he's certainly in front of Daniel Klinger when it comes to the size of the stack. But Daniel Klinger's leading this hand.
Yeah, they lost Crilly, who was down on 400. Tom's just so far in front here. Vast majority of chips.
Yeah.
And the other three guys are all pretty close.
Brendan Daly is getting super spicy with his 9-3 off. Here's one for the books when you want to get out a little shape and see if we're going to put a couple of people to their stacks. Can Daniel sniff this one out?
See 4 bets, 400,000.
What's he scared of here, Daniel? He's not.
He's made the call. He's made the call.
Diamond might slow everything down.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tight here because Brendan Della might have to load up the absolute the biggest shot on the river and see if Daniel checks back. If he wants to win this pot or he gives it up.
It was a
It goes check.
He wasn't able to continue there.
There it is, Tom Maguire at 5.4, Daniel 2.4, Brendan 1.2, and Jared still sitting tight with 5 big blinds, 310.
Big win there for Daniel. He's vaulted right up to a clear second now after basically being out on his backside 3 hands ago with pocket 5s up against kings and spiking a 5 to stay alive. And now he's won another decent pot. Brendan Della, probably for the first time, getting a little bit out of order and trying to buy it.
Jared wakes up with the bullets.
He needs them.
Yeah.
What he needs more is someone to call him.
Only premium here.
Of course, it's all going in, so someone gonna find another 250-odd thousand to call him.
Yeah, nobody wakes up with any action for him, unfortunately, but Tom's definitely got a chip stack to call with probably the least amount of damage, but he's playing well. He's got over 9,500,000 from memory that was in play, so 60% of chips, approximately. He is strangling the competition, and he'd probably call here. Very similar to how the...
Okay, let's see another hand come from behind here. We have seen it so often. I would not be shocked. I would not be shocked if somehow the 7-8 survives here against the aces.
I don't think I've seen any of those folded either, Harvey, so... 9.
5, 2, 9. So a 6 would give him a straight.
Gut shot.
That's all he can win with it.
Oh,
go
there it
away.
is. It's the 6 of clubs. There it is.
Chris, are you watching?
Yeah.
Another one for the highlights reel?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure as I walked in too, he said he called it the exact 6 of clubs.
Got to gut shots today.
That is the 6 of clubs.
You're unreal, man.
And the river card is the 4 of clubs. We will lose Gerard Witzel in 4th place, taking home $19,000.
It's hard to beat a man who hits every gut shot.
There we go.
What's your blind?
Good game. Thank you.
Sir, can I have the time back, please? Thank you.
Jared to the rail, unfortunately played quite well, and a fourth place finish is very, very good for him.
14K.
14 big ones in the bank.
I think it's more. 14.
Lines, please.
No, I think it was 19K for 4.
Yeah.
We've only got 3 left, haven't we?
3 remain.
Yeah, so 19K. Next pay jump is up to 27 and a bit.
Here's Tom Maguire with pocket 3s.
What's the rule there? I won't do it. If I put my hand out, I'll put it down.
One more.
Yeah.
Seat number 4 race, 150,000. 1, 5.
So my prediction was before that Tom Maguire was to go heads up with Lachlan Crilly. He's been eliminated. Now it's interesting to find who we find the heads up opponent of Tom Maguire. Who do you guys think at home, guys, out of these 3? Who are the heads up here? 946, rainbow board.
Daniel hits the 6.
Kangaroo Rider 9 says Della versus Tom. Brendan Della.
Go away here, Kenny. Daniel.
4 bets, 150,000.
Someone's got to finish up heads up with Tom. Can't see Daniel going away.
No, not at either of I, because it was a button push.
Oh.
The catching up is
This is just incredible. If this was online, you'd be questioning the company putting this stuff out.
Yeah, well, the turns are making good for good watching right now.
So
the Kangaroo Rider's got to be liking that because he thinks that Brandon's going to be going heads up with him. So how much value can he get out of it here?
Well, Daniel's just checked. Brendan's going to bet.
Geez, he loaded that fast, didn't he?
250. Can't see how that 4 was a scare card for Daniel. So
yeah, Daniel's 2 pair, 6s and 4s. The only thing he's got to beat is the ace, and
and
he'll look him up. And caught up, and Princess puts the chips into the pile, ships it over to Daniel. Pay that man his money.
Brendan got the money.
Yep, Jared got 19,000. You were right, mate. 14 prior to that.
So they're about even now. Obviously trailing Tom by a long way.
3 days work on this tournament. It's not bad for the pay jumps that you get in the where'd the doubles figures start? I think it was
at 5th.
Fifth,
That's
yeah.
where 5th became, and of course, you know, the extra bonus of the $750 ticket into the high rollers opening event for the top 5 as well.
So you want more than
Tom with a 6-3.
if you're much more because you got the advantage. Yeah, but if you guys don't want to give me more than my stacks worth, we should do.
Daniel, not going to call.
Is that, do you want to?
I'm happy to talk it over.
Maybe.
But up to you boys.
Like take a 5-minute break. So have a look. Sure. Yeah.
Your deal's popping up in a bit.
5 fold.
What you get nasty and value is that what it's called? Or?
Seat 9.
Can we have a 5-minute break? Just
Yeah. TD.
not surprising that Tom Maguire's aggression frequency is at the 42% there, because he does got a 2.51 chip lead to his nearest stack.
By the time banks might replenish. Like scheduled breaks.
And Brendan Della here is raising it up with his ace-jack offsuit in the small blind. Tom folds with 8 tray.
Seat 9.
So you offer it fine, right? You're like 200 big fine. Yes.
Four raise, 230,000. 230. 5 folds. Blind.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a hand or two remaining before we are going on a short 5-minute break here at the Intercontinental Adelaide for the Goliath. Brendan Della gets ace-10 this time against Daniel Klinger's ace-10. Daniel with the short edge, being he has the suited diamonds. And he's gone with a larger sized 3-bet. 550K.
Seat 9 V raise. 550. 5 times.
5.
Attention all players and dealers in the beast. Your blinds will be up next hand. 600, 1200 with a 1200 big blind NT. That's all players and dealers in the beast. Blinds are up. 600, 1200, 1200 big blind NT.
Seat 5 raise, 120. 120. Sorry?
300.
Seat number 9, 3 raise.
There's a little bit of news here, Aidan, which is it's a bit weird.
Breaking.
it's a little bit weird. So we obviously are running multiple events out here. We're seeing the final table here of the Goliath, 3 left. But the Adelaide Champs is running on the outside tables.
Yep.
There was a number of flights to get into the Adelaide Champs. And one of the blokes on this table got through one of the flights into today.
Got himself a bag.
Got himself a bag. The bag was emptied onto the table, but the player's not there because he's playing this event.
Yep, yep.
That's Della. So Della is playing here and is still alive in the Adelaide Champs because his chips have just been sitting on the table and he's just been losing the blinds as they go round and round and round.
He's coming into a close double cash.
There's only 17 left in the Adelaide Champs and he's still there with an empty seat.
Yeah.
So, try and figure that one out. All right, we're going to come back and explain it all in a few minutes. The players are going on a short break. We're going to figure out the stacks and we'll be back really soon with Joe Hasham.
That's it. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
talk about this relationship I was talking about earlier. How is Mr. X going?
Oh my god.
It's not your fault, then. It's hard to get the cards past those big bloody meat hooks there.
The old meat hooks.
Lane could possibly be in a relationship. And no one's allowed to know who Mr. X is because he's a very well-known...
Oh my god, would you stop?
He shows the bluff too. Yeah, he doesn't have to show. He can just fold and make out like he had a good hand, but he shows it because he's an absolute wombat.
Okay, good to know.
That's what we call him in Australia, wombat. Right?
That's a small, lazy animal, right?
Yes, that's right. Well, they're not that small. They're very fat.
Yeah, but lazy.
Yeah.
Even the foreigner knows.
Got him.
Oh, that we know in Germany too.
Oh, you know,
everyone knows about the wombat. That's not bad, mate. That is impressive, young man. Impressive.
When I close my eyes and count to 10, all I feel is the adrenaline. And when the pain begins to set, all I hear is long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion.
The camera's in the right spot, mate, because I'm a showman.
What's this on Twitch?
Yeah, a bit of banter. Don't worry. Always banter here. Always banter here. Whoa! Watch out, boys. They mic me up. Whoa, we were.
I only did that for the camera.
Some people. Yeah, I know. That's all right. Hey, Joe, you coming in here? Or? Oh, that's all right. Unlucky, lucky. One of the two. Oh my God! See, he just knew. You just knew, huh?
Oh, 133.
Oh my God, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, please.
133 and 800.
Wrong way. I win in the hand.
Long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion.
What was it? Sorry, 2.4. Sorry. What was your stack? 2.4.
2.3 something.
Okay, thank you.
Blind. First out. 5 points. Nine. Hit mine raise 160,000. 160.
Okay.
All in. Hit 5 all in. Nine falls. Fourth raise 175,000. 175. C5 all in.
All right, all poker players in the King's Card Big Freeze. Your clock is now dead front in the projectors, so if everyone can face that, that'll be your clock for the day.
First off. C5 raise 160,000. C9 all in. Seat number 5, race 280. Sorry? 9 all in. 5. Seat 5, race 160. Seat 9, hold. Four all in.
I'm not going to call it. I'm just going to count that out.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
And 5.
Welcome back to Comedy. Aidan here on the commentary. In a short moment, we're going to have Harvey Silva and Joe Hasham come down and do a bit of commentary in the three-handed section here, as Daniel Klinger has ace jack of hearts. Raises to 160,000. Tom Maguire takes a look up. We're going to go to a flop here, ladies and gentlemen.
Number 9, race 160,000. 4 full.
9, 2, 2, 2 spades. Check from Tom. Options open from Daniel Klinger.
5 heads up.
Raises to 150K.
5 check.
He takes in. So just to answer Denny Bob Benovic, your question, mate, is how is Della playing 2 tables at the same time? Well, he's registered in 2 tournaments and he's taken a bag on one of the flights for the championships, meaning that he has the option to be at the table, live at a hand, and multi-table, just as long as he is in within arm's reach away prior to receiving his cards, or the last card is dealt, then the hand is live. If not, the hand just gets folded and the blinds get taken. So his stack at the moment, while he's playing for the big bucks here in the Goliath, is just being blinded out.
First off.
So we've got a raise here to 280. And Daniel Klinger with ace jack of hearts again. Puts it in the middle and says, I'm not ready. Yeah, I guess that's the power of the big stack. Do you want to dance with me? Do you want to rumble? He has the open, and probably why he has the most aggression on the table too. So, just like we've seen in the Players' Championship, we've got a big stack here, also putting a stranglehold nice and slowly on his opponents, and he's playing it quite well. As Princess pitches out the next hand. Looks like it's going to be one of those hands, guys, where our graphics is just a little behind here, and we'll go to a flop, and you can have a guess what the players are. There they are, pocket sixes for Daniel. And he's got 80k to call, 2.6 behind, and he raises to 160,000, flop of 2 ace 2. Check bet fold.
Raise 175. 175.
Going to a flop here. King 10 versus King 5 suited. Brendan with the raise. 9 of hearts, Queen of diamonds, 5 of hearts here. And only one connecting is Brendan with the 5. Check bet. It's 225,000. Interesting if he floats this one with his King 10. Gut shots with the jacks.
Four bets, 225,000.
Probably also thinks he's got the kings there, but the kings are a little bit of a sour card. We don't want to see the king on the turn, but as we go to the turn, we have another 5, which brings trips for Brendan. Like to see the brakes come on here with Daniel.
What a surprise, Aiden. Another one comes from behind.
I know, and it's just been happening all tour, mate, but it has been providing the action. That's Harvey Silva to the left of me. He'll be joining me very shortly as I'll be jumping off with Joe Hasham as he's just walked into the commentary box. So Daniel's bet 500,000 here. Interesting. Trying to represent. And Brendan sitting with the 5.
C9 bets 500,000.
Probably thinking of ranges like pocket 9s, pocket queens,
500.
nut draws, asking for more time, trying to really eliminate the betting process.
No, he's not. He's posturing.
You think?
Completely posturing. And here it all goes.
Oh, it's Rip City here at the Intercontinental Adelaide. There it all goes. And instant muck. Instant fold.
It's called using a time bank to hopefully make your opponent think you're not that strong.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And you've got all the time banks there with the 30-second shot clock here in the Goliath. Tom Goliath here waking up with ace-9 spades. Tom's probably the most aggressive player on the table here, sitting on the button, and Daniel Klinger wakes up with pocket queens in the small blind. Got the raise for 160. What's Daniel going to do here?
Seat 5 raise, 160. 160. Action on the inside.
How is this thing? It's a free-handed
I'll let Sorry?
Hello everyone, I've just joined the commentary here.
Yes, welcome Joe Hasham. Joe Hasham live to the stream. How are we, mate?
Good, mate. Really good.
That's the way,
Good to
that's
be
the way.
here.
How do you like the city of Adelaide? It's a place that I'm sure you've probably been before and played a few cash games.
I've been coming to Adelaide since the mid-80s, so it's a beautiful city.
Yeah.
I just wish it had more people.
Yeah, me too.
Really, it deserves it. It's such a lovely,
All right, all poker
lovely
players in the
place to
King's
visit.
Cards big freeze your
You
blind
come from Melbourne,
300,
Sydney, it's a bit
600. All poker
slow,
players
you know
in
what I
the
mean?
King's Cards big
But other than
freeze.
that, it's very nice. People are
Your
lovely.
blinds are up, 300, 600.
So catch me up. Who's who in the zoo here?
Okay, so we've got Daniel Klinger here. He's currently sitting with the pocket queens, and the chip leader is Tom Maguire. We've had a couple of eliminations, and we're into the top 3 here at the moment, and it looks like we've got an all-in call, which would be putting Daniel at risk with his pocket queens.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Three-handed ace-9 versus queen-queen.
All in and a call.
I don't call if he doesn't fold.
So last night, mate, Anthony came close to getting the 3rd trophy in the Hashams. So close.
You tried,
You've
yeah.
got yourself one. Your other boys got one, and Anthony just fell short. But he's continually growing up the cash pay scale here at the Australian Poker Tour. And I don't think it's going to be long until all 3 trophies will be sitting together at home.
He loves it, mate. We all love it.
Do
And,
you share trophy case?
No. Oh, me and Daniel do because he kind of still lives at home. Kind of. Anthony's got his own.
Yeah, fair enough.
The river card is the Jack.
But tell you what, this Goliath,
Daniel will double up.
it's such a good tournament. You know, I actually look forward to playing it every stop. It attracts really good players. It attracts some recreational players as well, obviously.
Yep.
But generally, the quality of play is to a good standard. You know, I think people take it seriously. They're playing deep stake poker with 2 million big blinds, whatever it is that we start with.
Yep. Okay, starting stacks. Yeah.
The one thing that I've suggested to Tony is that we bring the shot clock in earlier next year.
So I've raised.
Next stop.
And then he's folded out a 10, and then it's on.
I think a few of the recs kind of like taking
their time and
just unnecessarily in unnecessary spots. Like if you have a big decision to make for your stack, I totally understand. You know, if it's deep in the tournament, I totally understand. But on day 1 and 2nd level, you know, you're facing a $3,000 bet.
And I totally agree with you too, because obviously, not just in the Goliath alone, it was commentating the Players' Championships too. And players definitely, you take advantage of the clock when it comes to the bubble. And look, the Goliath can, and naturally does in each and every other city, have bigger fields, so they have bigger pay scales. And I think for the terms and conditions, we had 25 to my belief, before the shot clocks came out.
24.
24. Okay. And Joe, I think that getting him in a little bit earlier, but also having it in the terms and conditions that this is going to do it, can be a good thing. Play. We want to see action for the people at home. You know what I mean? And I get it. Patience is part of the game.
Even though me as a player at the table, I want to see action. I'm not sitting. I'm sitting there waiting for you to make a decision every hand.
Yeah.
It's not fun. It becomes tilting, to be honest. Like, let's be realistic. Within 3 seconds, you really know kind of what you're doing already.
Yeah, that's right.
Then you're deciding, okay, is that the right decision or not? And that take another 5-10 seconds out to do that. If it's a really, if it's a river call or it's an all-in call, it's a very critical time of the tournament. I totally understand. I'm the most patient person, but other than that, don't just fobble around for the sake of it.
Yeah.
People waiting on the next hand.
The Hollywoods of the poker industry, and I think that us as organisers, we can actually look at those particular things, and it's good to hear it from the players that things need to change, and you can obviously make your tournaments better as it goes. And there you go, Joe Hasham is suggesting that we bring it in early, and that's something probably that you will see change here at the Australian Poker Tour moving forward. Now, Joe, as a world champion, can I ask you, who is it that really inspired you, or who is it that you have in your books? Do you have a Mr. Miyagi as such, as somebody who actually taught you the game of cards prior to you actually injecting yourself into that status of World Series? I'd like to really know the ground roots of Joe Hasham.
The truth is quite funny, actually, because I grew up watching my parents and uncles play cards, and I watched how terrible they were, and that was my motivation to be better.
Yeah.
Right? I watched them when they played. And I was young, and I could just see that they were just making such bad mistakes. My uncle in particular, who used to own a card club, and I used to work in the card club when I was like, I don't know, 15, 17, making coffees, doing a cigarette run, doing sandwich run. And him and the guys that he played with were just terrible. Like, they were just, tilting off their money, making bad plays. And they weren't even playing Hold'em back then. They were playing like Manila. And 5-card start and stuff. But poker is poker, right? Like, there's fundamentals that translate across every game. And I think that's what people don't understand. Like, if you understand how poker works, then you can use that in every game that you play.
So
and that's what inspired me to really try and learn the game. And the second part of that answer, is back in my day, I learnt my licks the hard way. I had to take a crack at a higher game, go broke, go back down, build it back up. No one had a helping hand for you.
Yeah.
Like, never. I remember asking many people, I'd say, what am I doing wrong? Oh, I don't know. Just try again next week.
Frustrating?
Yeah, it was very frustrating.
But like Scotty Wynn says, right, everybody's got to pay their dues, baby, right? And that's what he means by it.
You've got to pay your dues.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no such thing as, anybody can rock up and go on a heater, right? And think they're the world's best player.
9 check.
But I've said this for a long time. I said, come back and talk to me in 5 years' time. If you're still doing what you're doing today, then I'll give you a pat on the back and congratulate you. 5 years, if you're playing professionally or almost full time for 5 years and you're still making money, then you deserve a pat on the back. You've succeeded. But
people can run pure as well, Joe. And I've seen so much talent be thrown down the drain just because they don't have the skills of a bankroll management or how to get in or what's good for them and all that sort of stuff. Joe, it's amazing. I didn't know that about yourself. I knew that you were your background was a remedial therapist, like chiropractor. Yeah. And I also know that when I did an interview with Jeff Alessandro and I read his book back to front, mate, you've also got a book as well, I believe. Where did we find it? Amazon?
think so, maybe. It's been a while, so I don't know. Mine was published in 2009.
Yeah.
But I might bring a few books to the next to our next stop.
Yeah.
And do maybe an autograph signing if people are interested and want to get a copy. I've still got a few copies left in my garage somewhere, so I'll bring a box down.
2009.
That's when I wrote it.
I remember when I first met you, and I'm too ashamed to show the photo of it, but I met you and Chris Moneymaker at the Aussie Millions. I think he's doing a promotional sign with big chips and all that sort of stuff.
Wow, when was that? What year was that?
Jeez. Man, it must have been when I graduated high school. I'd say it'd be about 2005. I think you were there.
It would be after that. It'd be probably 206.
206. Met a lot of people, met many pros, spoke to yourself, spoke to Daniel, spoke to the boys that run the TV show 2 Months, 2 Million. They were there. Fantastic show. And yeah, ever since then, been on the circuit and come out of a country pub, and now we're sitting here at the Australian Poker Tours next to the world's champion Joe Hasham, which is pretty good. One day I'd love to actually find enough balls to be able to sit at the table with you. But as the world champion, when you come to tournaments like this, do you just find that, especially playing in the Hasham one, where it's affordable for the general public to come and mingle with you guys, people will just want to play back at you, Joe? And is that an advantage for you, wanting to...
No, it's quite the contrary.
Yeah.
I think most people want to play at a hand with you.
Yeah.
And whether they win or lose, they have a story.
Yeah.
And it's actually, look, it's been 19 years in a few months that I won the World Series. And to still have that effect on people 19 years later is very humbling. It really is. Like, it's touching when I'm sitting there and, oh man.
I can actually see it on your face. I just want to say for everyone at home, Joe, the expression on Joe's face is, it's kind of like you're super proud of that. Your alone experience and your blessings that the World Series has given to you has resonated with the Australian people, and for 19 years you're feeling it.
And people, will say, oh wow, I've been waiting so long. I can't believe I'm playing with you.
Yeah.
Just sitting at a table with me makes someone's day. You got to understand how that makes you feel on the inside. Like, such a nice, warm feeling. There you go. I'm having a positive impact on people's lives 19 years after the fact. I'm the one that's grateful.
It's nice that you can walk across the floor and you have somebody like you, Joe, that people just want to go up and shake your hand. How are you? How are you? I'll be honest with you. Like, I watched you, I understood you. I've had a drink with you at other venues. My first impression of you is that I was intimidated to talk to you because of your stature, and I'm being genuinely dead set honest to that. But then after shaking your hand and realizing how soft-spoken you are and how nice you are, and then obviously watching you on the table being just as fierce as anybody at the table and holding yourself to nature, it is a fantastic feeling. Just even being in the same room and talking poker with somebody who's done it at the caliber you are, because we had a conversation about the passion of the sport in poker in Sydney, and I kid you not, mate, it is so far than more alive than the people who genuinely love this game, and they do it on the back of what you've done for the sport, the promotion of the sport of all the Hashams, and holding the Australian people proud to play this beautiful sport.
Yeah,
beautiful sport.
Yeah, we are, as a family, we feel blessed to be in the position that we're in. I had speaking to some boys from Mount Gambier last night who were just thrilled to be here and participate. They brought a group of them down to play and help support us, which is great. So the shout out to the Mount Gambier boys.
Yeah, Fox and the boys?
Yeah, Foxy and the boys. And I think there was a Chuka. There was a few of them. I've forgotten the others. But yeah, shout out to them.
I'd like to get Fox in here as well and be able to talk about what he does down at Mount Gambier, because he's one of those little providers. And I have to say, Joe, that because I've been here probably not the very first APT, but probably second onwards. I've missed one and I was sick halfway through Brisbane, but I never missed anything else other than that. In the Australian Poker Tour, the heart of it is bought from the independent scene. Now, once upon a time, the casino scene used to own it and used to lock it up, and it was very much the heart of Melbourne, your hometown. And ever since that has changed, all independents have sort of come together, and you've got you've got a greater fish pool from the people who are like your NPLs, your Empire Pokers, and you know, even your APLs have now created these particular tours, and they've picked up the staff which have now come out of the Crown, and instead of it being withheld into a larger organisation, which, mind you, the Aussie Millions was absolutely phenomenal and the pinnacle of poker in Australia for a very, very long time. But it's now, I believe, with the independents in the hands of the people. And when poker's in the hands of the people, the crowds come, the support come, the little industries come, like XDL or Gol poker companies, and they come here wearing their merchandise and their jerseys, and having something like this just on a TV table to be able to represent themselves, Joe, is where I think the inspiration comes from.
The passion that Australians have for poker is amazing. It's so. Every time I'm at an APT event, I feel it in my bones. You know, people come out of the woodwork, they just want to come and play, and then they leave with a positive experience, and they come back next time and they bring a friend or a couple of friends. That's what it's about, you know. Like, not many people know this, but I started a monthly poker tournament in my garage nearly 30 years ago now, where we'd play a point system every week, and at the end of the year, the top 9 point holders would play off for the...
Like a Premier League
type?
Yeah.
And that was purely because we just wanted to play. No one was really trying to make a living out of it, you know. And I remember sitting at tables saying so many times, why isn't the rest of the world doing this? And this is like, I'm talking 2002 maybe. And look at us now, like 22 years later, the rest of the world is doing it. It's a great feeling.
And one day, even though we're sort of paving our own way with what we have here in the industry, I love Tony's vision of it being a sport, a mind sport of the greatest minds. Like, every athlete has a trainer. You'd be able to. It's physical. It's just disciplinary, psychological at most.
100%.
And we've all got to be able to sort of go through those motions, because it's a long time at a table to be able to go up and down and up and down. If you fiercely want to win and that's all you're focused on, then it's totally understandable that everybody in human nature goes through that roller coaster.
Agree.
What's next for you, Joe? Have you got a big schedule this year in 2024?
I've got a big schedule every year, mate. It just depends on how you look at it. Oh, he's gone all in. With the sixes.
Pocket fours.
I like this play by Tom Maguire. Oh, here, mate. Cop this. The ICM implications that he's, the pressure that he's putting is perfect. Do you know, have they done a deal or anything, these guys?
Not that we've spoken about. The play is still as you see on the board there with the pay jumps. So,
what are the pay jumps? I can't see them.
I can get them up for you.
I will come around and confirm everyone's names that they are in the right spot before we commence our tournament.
Come on, man. Come on, you're getting me one. I've lost all of them since we started doing it.
fifth now in race 160.
So your book, Joe, is it autobiography about your time?
It's about my whole life, actually.
Yeah.
From leaving Lebanon in 1972 with my family, just before the war broke out. Basically the 5 diamond victory and the journey, you know. It's written in a style that's a little bit like Slumdog Millionaire.
Yeah, I like that
You go
movie.
backwards and forwards in time. And
5 checks.
yeah, just basically I just, you know, share my upbringing, my highs and lows in life. And we talk about hands that were key hands in the tournament that helped me get to, you know, the final table and helped me get to win. I'll bring a few copies next, our next stop, which I think should be at, in the Gold Coast, right?
Yeah, I think the next one's at the Gold Coast, as we've put a hold on to the Sydney events at this point in time, which was only released this morning.
5 calls.
Yeah, I'll read it back to front. I'd love to give a review of it as well. I did that for Lysandro because his book was it's only part 1. Very Rounders like. Have you read?
I haven't read it yet, actually. I do want to read it for sure. I just haven't had a chance.
Yeah, very Rounders like, and Jeff's all about how he had poker rooms in Australia and then dealing with Russian mafia and what he had to do to get in and out of a particular country, and it's very enthralling. It's nearly movie-like type book, but he's only written half of it. It's a part 1.
Jeff has lived an interesting life. I will say that for him, for sure.
5 checks and 9 checks.
So those remaining 3 pay structures there, Joe, as you asked, we've got third place of 27,700, second place of 40,000, and first place is taking a nice 65,000 in Australian dollary dues.
Not bad. Not a bad little
12-24-24.
prize pool.
Tom Maguire here with Ace King, 3-handed.
He's running well, isn't he? Huh? Picking up a few hands.
He has, and it looks like he's taken a little hit there to Daniel Klinger, but he has been the chip leader for most of the particular tournament. So when you're going away and you're playing on the higher levels, Joe, is there anyone in particular, any certain player that really, when you sit down at the table with them, you think, geez, I'm about to have a tough day at the office here?
King's card, big threes. We're playing 300, 600 with a 600 big blind entry.
Only 3 people ever have I thought, I don't really want to be sitting with them. Vanessa Selbst.
Yeah.
Padraig. What's his name? Oh, I've forgotten his name. Padraig what? And the other one is Antonio Sfandiari.
The magician Antonio.
If I have Antonio to my left, I've just got to whatever. I'm either going to bust out or I'm going to have all the chips.
Yeah.
He just relentless. Vanessa's just absolute psycho. I don't know. I haven't played with her for quite a few years now. I'm not sure if she's still the same. But it's a really good question because your goal as a poker player is to make your opponents be uncomfortable.
Yeah, yeah.
And they do it really, really well.
That's interesting, right? So, and do they do it uncomfortably with their betting styles or the way that
It's their betting styles, and they put you in spots that you don't want to be put in. If I'm always putting you in a spot where you need to make a decision.
Yeah.
That's exhausting, right?
100%. You want to be always the one on top.
I want to be the guy that's doing that to you, not the other way around. And over the years, they're probably the 3 that... And it all depends whether I have position or they have position. It's a big thing, right? If I have position, it's more so me who can put the pressure on them. But if if someone like Vanessa has position on you, you're just like praying every hand that you play, you know. But you also know how capable she is of doing something mad.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you're more likely just to buckle up and go with
Go
it.
for the right, yeah.
you know.
So you don't really want her on your right. You really want to be the one leading into her when you get your table draws. And is Vanessa... Oh, here we go. We've got a ship here with Ace-Queen offsuit from Brendan Della. Pocket 5 from Daniel Klinger waking up and puts him in the bin. So Vanessa Orbisted is also a PokerStars Pro back in the day from my memory. And...
You mean Annette Orbisted?
Annette, sorry. Annette Orbisted.
Yeah.
Sorry, who did you say? Vanessa?
Verselpst.
Selps. Ah, right. Right. So I was thinking to myself, one of those two girls played a tournament online blind.
That was Annette Orbisted.
Yeah, I was Annette, yeah.
And she'd covered her cards most of the time. I think she confessed that she looked once in the entire tournament, and she won the tournament.
Yeah, that's insane, isn't it? And all she's doing is she's using her chips to feel her way the tournament.
She was hers is a pretty sad story actually, because she was a prodigy. She was gonna, win everything, and the internet happened, and she started getting beaten up on the internet a lot.
Yeah,
and
right.
It just broke her spirit. She stopped playing.
And she lost love of the game because of the trolls of the internet world.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
I haven't seen her anywhere near a poker table for years and years now.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was a very sweet girl. Very sweet girl. Anyway, I've got to go.
Pleasure having you, Joe. It's been
nice
amazing
chatting, mate.
here.
Good luck to the rest of the boys, and good luck for the rest of the series. I'll see you in the Gold Coast.
Take care, mate.
Take
Pleasure.
care.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
mate. Thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Hasham was on the stream here whilst we are going down to the last three-handed here in the Goliath. He's making his way out of the building. It was a pleasure having to have a bit of a chat with him. Going to get, we've got Chris Water sitting next to us for the moment. And Chris, welcome online here, mate. How are you? I heard you listening as we were going through some stories there.
It's good to get a bit of insight as well from a champion of his stature. And so we've replaced one Lebanese Australian poker player with a slightly younger Lebanese Australian poker player in myself.
There we are. And unfortunately, we don't have a camera here in the booth because I'd be switching it around as you guys we get to see Chris adjust himself ready for the call of the last three-handed action. Unfortunately, we had Harvey Silver come through, who was going out for a bit of a snack, and Joe's nice enough to come in and have a bit of a yarn on the commentary. And Chris, what type of people have you interviewed in the world of poker that really says, you know what, you're such an influence to the game. I have to delve deep here and find out who you are.
Yeah, that's a good point. I did a series for Poker Media Australia at the WPT Australia series last September, and we made a focus on less live reporting and more, little puff pieces, interviews with players, getting some creative content out there, and had a chat with quite a number of players. Spoke to Martin Finger, his transition from Europe, the German pro, finding a new home in Australia and enjoying some of the series, especially toward the Gold Coast area of Australia, as well as Sydney too. Martin Finger, he knows someone who's got, I think, 13 million plus in live earnings.
Martin Finger.
Martin Finger, just really, really lovely as well. He's quite well known in the poker world, and he just gave up his time without hesitation. There's a few. I'll need to think about that one for a moment, Aidan. But there's so many, and it's great that Australia has hosted such a range of influential figures in the poker world. That was a good question, but we'll come back to the action here where Daniel gets it through with a C bet here with an interesting hand. But of course, the power of position. Were you speaking to Joe about position? I overheard some talk about that, about the advantage of position. I think
Well, we were talking about who really takes him to give a hard day in the office. Who gives the Australian World Champion a hard day in the office? And he said Vanessa was one of those people, and he
Vanessa Selps.
Yeah, and he said two other. One he kind of only knew half of his first name, but he said I know him by face and I'll see him, and he's one of the high up there statured pros. He couldn't remember who it was. And Antonius was
Patrick Antonius.
No, the magician. Hang on.
Out comes Google. The Australian?
No, American.
Houdini? Oh, Antonio Esfandiari.
Yeah. Antonio Esfandiari.
Yeah, he's
and he's
long-term servant of the game.
He just says, look, he's just one of those guys that I just don't like sitting down with, and it's not the personality. It's just that when we start playing position and any of these particular opponents on his table, he loves to be in the position and putting the pressure on him, and these guys know exactly when, where, how, and all that sort of stuff. It's a long day of work, and that's the battle that he likes to go through here with Brendan Della with pocket sevens in the big blind.
Yeah, so Daniel flats with the ace-4, which in that spot you're fine with seeing a raise there blind on blind as well as a flat. And if you're flatting your ace-X in this position, you've got to be prepared to call or even throw in the 3-bet. So it does under-rep his hand slightly. However, Brendan does have a genuine candidate here out of the big blind with the pair. And Daniel peels off and I go to a flop, and it's a good flop for Daniel in terms of his actual hand, but he is going to check it over to Brendan, who does check back. He's not going to try and rep this board too hard. Happy to peel a turn, and I think we might see some chips put in the middle from Daniel here. That check back on the flop from Brendan should be enough of an indication that Daniel's safe to assume that his hand is best in this position, and do you want to put some chips into this pot? And he does just that. Looks like 200,000. And that gets a fold there from Della.
Yeah, another 310 into the pot there for Della. And interesting to see, Tom Maguire is the shortest stack at the table now as this tournament has continued.
Yeah, it shows how quickly things can happen. We always said this tournament is deep enough. Very deep, it's playable, and it's not all said and done even when someone has a majority of the chips, when there's still plenty of big blinds sitting on that table.
Well, it's a different game, isn't it, when you're playing three-handed? It's it can be more of an aggressive game and putting your particular opponent to the stacks, whereas Brendan Della was doing that before. He was getting very, very spicy with a situational 9-3 air ball and barreling bullets every street to realistically, if Daniel Klinger was to make that particular call with his hand at the time, I think he had pocket 8s from memory.
I'm going to cut you off here because we have something brewing for sure. The open from Daniel Klinger with the ace-king, and again ace-4, definitely one of those hands that you're happy to 3-bet against a button open three-handed, except this time Klinger has the goods. He's used a time bank here. Well, he's used the time bank and then immediately made a decision by the looks of it.
Yeah. So he's...
So Brennan's 3-bet and Daniel's 4-bet, and yeah, I think, yeah. not too difficult to get away from that one.
Yeah.
With the ace 4-0 against a 4-bet. And that's more chips for Daniel. And you look at that frequency. Tom's been the most aggressive, and it paid off early on. But now at the business end, we need the cards to fall your way.
I think that's the first 4-bet of the tournament.
Oh,
I could be wrong.
I'm going to guess there's been some prior to this.
Raise, 3-bet, 4-bet.
Yeah, I'd say in a tournament of this stature, there'd be plenty of 3-betting and 4-betting.
I have to ask Harvey if you've seen one, but
Maybe
I'm
not on stream.
Not
I
yet
don't
to see
know.
one on stream.
But I'd be hard pressed to believe that there hasn't been a 4-bet prior to now. Anyway, Brendan, Jack 3 of spades. This is definitely a hand that's possible to open here, and he does. Suited picture card. He's going to bump it up to 175. Not quite 160. And Tom here out of the small. Now, this is an interesting spot. Yeah, likes to fold. It's a tricky one. It's marginal. Obviously, we can see the cards and see that he's well ahead and think, oh, why not call Queen Jack suited? Queen Jack, sorry. However, just out of the small blind, and it comes down to position. He can 3-bet, but then he opens himself up to getting 4-bet. Or Brennan could flat and take it post, and just Tom's in a world of hurt, especially as his stack diminishes now. So Daniel defends the King 8, and it flops a window card of a King. However, he will check it over to Brendan here, who might c-bet. He can definitely represent that King, and it's a pretty safe board with the range he's trying to represent.
255 on the table.
And I don't see Daniel making any other decision rather than flatting. He wants to keep Brennan's bluffs in, I think. So if he raises, he eliminates that possibility. Can't fold, he's got top pair, so I think calling's definitely the right option here.
Jack or a 3.
If he raises, he's only getting called by a better hand, like your ace kings, your kings queens. So
the set has arrived, and now the real pressure's on Daniel with his flat there to see.
Yeah, so that's just a rough turn card here for Daniel. I think Brendan's feeling pretty lucky in this spot. His bottom pair seemed absolutely irrelevant on the flop, and now it's turned into trips. And that 3 on the turn is just a safe card for Daniel. It's a very safe card for Daniel. You wouldn't expect Brendan to have too many 3s in his range, and I think he's going to once again flat, and he does.
Did you say a safe card for Daniel?
I think Daniel would be thinking that it's a safe card, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, as in he hasn't got that within his whole cards. As in, I feel safe. He's bricked out, and I have more options here because I'm not entirely sure that. You know, and because Brendan's entered the pot on the button too as well, so he's not going to think he's got perhaps a hand like Jack 3, whereas you could have more of a range here with playing out of the blinds.
Yeah, I suppose so. But obviously with what Brendan's doing here, you'd be kind of the 3s that he's got are the 3s that he has. It's King 3 suited, Queen 3 suited, Ace 3 suited. I don't think we'd be doing that with the 10-3. And I think that diamond on the river has slowed the action down and has cost Brendan what could have been a much larger pot. And I think it's his reaction. He knows he's getting called on that river if he fires a bet. So, the pairing of the board is just safe. It doesn't bring in any draws. It doesn't complete any flushes. There's no additional queens, 10s. There's no real connecting cards. So the pairing of the board should be safe in Daniel's mind on the assumption that Brendan doesn't have a 3.
And it's funny because he's winning pots, but he's disappointed with his check back, and you can see it like the hands going into his head. Happy days, mate. Count your chips. There's still many more to come. You are the chip leader, and certainly that was a dangerous spot.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot more that goes into thinking it. I didn't quite, obviously we can't hear the table talk, and was a bit happening as that last card peeled off. But yeah, completing a flush, it makes sense for Daniel to have a flush there. So I understand the method of playing it safe from Brendan. However, I think just three-handed, you could have extracted a bit more value.
10's too good there, the raise too much, and everybody wants to go around and see the next hand.
So would you look at that? It is neck and neck up the top of that leaderboard in terms of the chip counts. Brendan with the slightest of edges over Daniel Klinger up the very top. Barely a big blind in it between the two. And then Tom Maguire sitting there with just about half the count of the other two. Not much going on in that hand. Pretty much a walk for Tom Maguire. Much needed for him at this stage. Bumps up to 20 big blinds. And look at that. Look at those counts there. Ado up the top. 3,915,000 for both players. Nothing separating the two, except for Daniel Klinger's big blind and ante.
King Dorito reclaiming his throne as chip leader. Oh, Brian, you've said King Dorito. We must know what that means now. Actually, you just bought a pack of flaming Doritos. I love the spicy.
Salsa, so good. And we're going heads up here. Just a limp from Tom with the king high, pretty strong against one opponent. And Daniel happy to check back the 10-9. Could argue a raise there out of the small from Tom. Assuming that he's going to be best more often than not, collect some blinds. However, he's happy to take it post, and you'll see bet this, again, any paired board's a safe board when you're talking in terms of high card in the holding. And Daniel here at best looking at some a singular backdoor, and it's not enough to entice him to place any calling chips into the middle. But Tom, again, collects a little more. And pretty soon, these players will be heading on a short 10-minute break as opposed to a long 10-minute break.
15. It's just been told it's going to be a 15-minute break. The head tournament director has just come past.
You guys don't want to make the break longer than 10?
Sorry?
You guys not.
What was the question?
I just didn't want to make the break like 20 minutes now. You guys don't want to do it.
So it'll be a 10-minute break coming up.
Yep, just to confirm. It was a 10-minute break.
Once again, we are on half an hour delay here. And we're seeing some limping out of the small blind here. And on this occasion, as we can see the cards, Daniel's got Brendan dominated. And yet Brendan's going to do some dipping into this pot, and I don't mind it.
It's got the Doyle, and he's getting spicy.
Range is... You can have any two cards. When you limp to the big blind, they can have any two cards. But I suppose both ranges are as wide as each other, given the play style that we're seeing now, the small blind limp. And that is a great card. That's the card that Daniel was hoping for.
Bingo, bullseye. Lands on the turn for Daniel.
Well, if you could see what Brendan's cards were, he would have been hoping for a 10. It goes check, check. Flush draw completes on the river, pairs the board. Could go check, check here, but I think Daniel might try to extract some value here, but he's got to think what worse hands can he get called by in this spot. If he bets, does he risk, and he gets raised, what does he do in that situation? Brendan can have all the 8s. He could have led flop with a flush draw.
Yeah, there was bluffs on trips.
So do you want, viewers at home, are you betting in this spot with his king? Is what we got to think, what are we getting called by now? Anyway, Daniel is going to go ahead and put those chips in the middle and snap fold from Brendan. That's the things to consider in that situation. Obviously a strong hand and you want to be getting value from it. That's definitely the goal, and it keeps your bluffs in as well. But if you're Daniel then, you're faced with a raise on that river, paired board, flush draw completes. It's not a fun spot to be in. However, it's worked out on that occasion. And now he wakes up with the ace-9-0 from the button, an easy click. Makes it 160. Brendan with some connected cards, but happy to let it go from the small, and Tom not going to defend the big with the 6-3-0. And that there, ladies and gentlemen, is the final hand for now. We're taking a 10-minute break. I was about to say don't go anywhere, but go anywhere. Go to the bathroom, grab yourself a snack, get some water.
Yeah, come back, put your feet up, guys. Make sure that you get ready because we're coming down into the big money. The trophy, once we get to 2, will be coming out onto the table, and along with the Drakakis ring, live here at the Intercontinental Adelaide. I'm Aidan Glenn, and you also with Chris. What up? Well, it's always good having you jump in here, mate, and doing a bit of fill. So hope you enjoy the commentary.
We'll be back soon. Stay tuned.
Bye.
Let's talk about this relationship I was talking about earlier. How is Mr. X going?
Oh my god.
It's not your fault, then. It's hard to get the cards past those big bloody meat hooks there.
The old meat hooks.
Arlene could possibly be in a relationship. And no one's allowed to know who Mr. X is because he's a very well-known...
Oh my god, would you stop?
He shows the bluff too. Yeah, he doesn't have to show. He can just fold and make out like he had a good hand, but he shows it because he's an absolute wombat.
Okay, good to know.
That's what we call him in Australia, wombat. All right?
That's a small, lazy animal, right?
Yes, that's right. Well, they're not that small. They're very fat.
Yeah, but lazy.
Yeah.
Even the foreigner knows.
Got
oh, that we know in Germany too.
Oh, you know?
Everyone knows about the wombat. That's not bad, mate. Hey, impressive, young man. Impressive.
When I close my eyes and count to 10. All I feel is the adrenaline. And when the pain begins to set, all I hear is long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion.
The camera's in the right spot, mate, because I'm a showman.
What's this on Twitch?
Yeah, a bit of banter. Don't worry. Always banter here. Always banter here. Whoa! Watch out, boys. They mic me up. Whoa, we were.
I only did that for the camera.
Some people. Yeah, I know. That's all right. Hey, Joe. You coming in here? Or? Oh, that's all right. Unlucky, lucky. One of the two. Oh, my God. See, he just knew. Just knew. He just knew. You just knew, huh?
Oh, 133.
Oh, my God. The Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, please.
133 and 800.
But, oh. wrong one.
You there?
I win with a hand.
Long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion.
I thought I've seen you use like 4 or 5. But maybe not.
Hey?
I'll get Luke to come over because he's on the place.
What happened? Nothing?
We replenished yours too.
Attention, Luke
Because
Pearson.
mine won't set up like that, mine was just in one hole.
Luke Pearson to the
Sorry?
feature table.
The TD does it, so I don't know what.
And all players in the Adelaide Champs, stay tuned. Please start taking your seats. Your tournament is due to recommence in just under 1 minute.
Did I have 4? Got like 1.6.
Sorry?
You've got 1.6 roughly.
Yeah. A little bit more.
I already got your answer.
And attention, all dealers in the Adelaide Champs, stay tuned. Our blind level coming back is 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind entry. Dealers, please shuffle up a deal.
Nine checks. Five checks. Nine checks. First out. Five bets, 100,000. C9 race, 280.
And attention, all players in the beast, if you can please start making your way back to your table. Your tournament is due to recommence in just under 2 minutes. For anyone who would like to join the beast, you have just under 2 minutes to do so. Prize pool is currently $42,300. $550 will get you a 40,000 starting stack and a chance to become the new beast champion.
Bets. 375,000.
And attention all players and dealers in the King's Card Big Freeze. After the hand in progress, we are on a 10-minute break. That is all players in the King's Card Big Freeze. 10-minute break.
More chips for Daniel Klinger, Aiden. He's sitting on top of the pile after being a 1 outer away from departing. And now with the chip lead.
Yep, the chips have definitely changed in direction of where they have been going since we've got down to the four-handed, now into the three-handed. And a lot of work to be done here as the aggression is really starting to show. The spots that they're taking and the risks that they're getting is really accumulations for their chip stacks, Harvey.
Yep. If you did miss it, Daniel was all in with a pair of fives up against a pair of kings. A five had been folded and he spiked the only five in the deck on the flop. He would have been out. Instead, he doubled up, and as I thought may happen, a bit of an attitude change. He's probably thinking to himself, geez, I should have been out of here, and just started to play a bit more, took a few more risks, pushing a little bit more, and certainly has got some cards as well. He was behind on that, pre-flop on that last hand and hit his king, so he is, getting some cards to go with it, but definitely his aggression level, maybe his attitude has just changed a little bit, and that happens when, I suppose, you feel you're out. He was up packing his bags, and all of a sudden you're sitting down and you've still got some chips, so Brendan also changed gears a little bit. He was incredibly tight, and he's pushing a little bit more too. But I suppose you have to do that at this point, Aidan. When there's 6-7 left, you're a bit cautious, and now you're so close to winning the whole thing. You're not going to be able to just sit on your chips and hope the others knock each other out.
Well, Brendan Della, he's definitely changed gears. He's the one putting a lot of the pressure on and making the moves here. Collecting it. As you could just see, it was King 4 raising up $500,000, and he's been doing that for some time, where he has got a couple of few on Klinger, but looks like Klinger is the current chip leader.
Oh yeah, by a fair way too. Tom, going into the last four, was the massive chip leader. He had nearly $6 million, and he's lost obviously a hell of a lot of that, and sits third now, but you wouldn't say he's short. A couple of turnarounds, a double up, and he's probably second or leading again. So it's all still very open. Just a reminder, $65,000 to the winner of this, $40,000 for second. Tom's raised on the button here with Queen 5, and Daniel with Ace Jack.
Seat 5 raised, 200,000.
Let's see it. Decent re-raise and a quick fold. Daniel adding a few more chips to his stack. What's going on outside, Aidan? You've been wandering around. We've got the Beast happening out there, and what's happening with the Adelaide Champs?
I am just getting an update there, because the last one that we had 17 left. Well, that was about an hour ago.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to have a look at the live. I was going out and I was trying to have a bit of a chat with John Starks, because he was going to come in and have a bit of an interview, but he has registered into the Beast, a very popular man that does a bit of media and around South Australia, and runs some organisations like the South Australia and it's a SA Poker, I think it's called, and also an author of a book.
I suppose the thing I'm most interested in is, has Della been blinded out of the championships, because he had an empty chair and a stack sitting in front of him while he's still playing this, and when there were 17 left, he was still in the field.
Yeah, here we are. We've got some information just come in now, Harvey. There's 13 players remaining in the Adelaide Championship. I can tell you if Della is still in there as well.
Have to be out, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he was eliminated in 15th. $2,150
for not sitting there.
For not sitting.
So, as happens often with overlapping tournaments, he must have had a pretty good bag of chips when he
To
sat
survive
down.
that
to
long.
survive that long. Yeah.
I don't think he would have played a hand all day.
Well, he didn't.
Yeah.
I certainly haven't seen him running from one table to the next.
No.
So I don't think he was. Funny how that works out.
There is some big stacks in here. Bok Bunthong, 403,000. Nathaniel Hutton, 309,000. And a good mate of ours, mate, Jack Ramsden, 306,000.
I hope Jack finally cashes in something because he's honestly entered everything. Here we go. This is a big hand as well, mate.
Yep.
Tom, all in.
Jack 10. Up against the snowman. The pocket eights. Good flop for eights. Over pair, gut shot. 2 overs, Jackson 10s only. Against the gut shot. And there's an elimination, Tom Maguire.
Well played, Tom. Picked up a very nice 27,700. He'd be disappointed because he was a massive chip leader with only 4 players left. So things have turned around for him in the last hour or so pretty dramatically.
Yeah.
So we now get down to the last 2. I dare say that we might have a little break here while the 2 of them have a chat. There might be a deal, there may not, but
we'll keep you up to date with what happens in the deal here at Intercontinental Adelaide. And
I think the guy who's going to be very keen to make a deal is Della. There's a massive chip differential between these 2, but we'll be back shortly and we'll be playing heads up for the title in the Goliath.
talk about this relationship I was talking about earlier. How is Mr. X going?
Oh my god.
It's not your fault, then. It's hard to get the cards past those big bloody meat hooks there.
The old meat hooks.
Darlene could possibly be in a relationship.
90 seconds for all Goliath players. This is a 90 second
And no one's allowed to know who Mr. X is because he's a very well-known...
Oh my god, would you stop?
He shows the bluff too. Yeah, he doesn't have to show. He can fold and make out like he had a good hand, but he shows it because he's an absolute wombat.
Okay, good to know.
That's what we call him in Australia, wombat. All right?
That's a small lazy animal, right?
Yes, that's what. Well, they're not that small. They're very fat.
Yeah, but lazy.
Yeah.
Even the foreigner knows.
Got him.
Oh, that we know in Germany too.
Oh, you know,
everyone knows about the wombat. That's not bad, mate. That is impressive, young man. Impressive.
When I close my eyes and count to 10, all I feel is the adrenaline. And when the pain begins to set, all I hear is long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion.
The camera's in the right spot, mate, because I'm a showman.
What's this on Twitch?
Yeah, a bit of banter. Don't worry. Always banter here. Always banter here. Whoa! Watch out, boys. They mic me up. Wow, we were.
I only did that for the camera.
Yeah, I know, that's alright. Hey, Joe, you coming in here? Or? Oh, that's alright. Unlucky, one of the two. Oh my god. See, he just knew. You just knew, huh?
Oh, 133.
Oh, my God, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, please.
133 and 800.
Wrong way. I win in the hand.
Long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion. Long live the champion.
Sorry.
Do you mind reading the cards when they come out?
Sorry?
Do you mind saying what the cards are when they come out?
Yeah.
Yeah, like reading the flop and
The flop, yeah.
Yeah, because I struggle to see.
Oh, because of your iPhone. I can request that.
Oh, it's fine. If you read the cards, it's fine. Okay.
You're bottom now because you're the big blind last time. You're in seat number 3 and 6.
Good luck, man.
So you're big blind first and small blind.
Attention all players and dealers in the bid.
Welcome back. There's the beautiful trophy. And there are our heads-up players. And the Goliath, the big one here at the Intercontinental in Adelaide. $2,500 buy-in event. We're down to the last two. 65,000 for the winner, 40,000 for second. They were off for 15 or so minutes. I'll find out if there was a deal. You can see that Daniel Klinger, massive chip leader, over 6 million as we start heads up with that glass trophy there lying next to him. Brendan with about half the chips of Daniel, who hits a jack. Brendan with the flush draw. Just 100, which will bring Brendan along. They raised it, and Daniel calls.
Attention all players and dealers in the Adelaide Champs. A2, your blind will be up next hand. 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind entry.
The 10 adds
40,000 with a 40,000 big blind entry. Next hand.
gut shot for Daniel. Doesn't need it. He's already got the jack. Anything that's going to save Brendan here will be a heart. Still might be a hard decision for him. He's only got a 6. Daniel might make it hard for him to see that last card. As he bets out 400, Brendan folds. First hand of heads up. Goes to Daniel Klinger. So Queens for Della. Jack 10 for Klinger.
Three, that's rate 250,000, 250.
355.
25 more, please. 250. 6 more.
Welcome Aidan back to the commentary, and got some news from outside.
Yes.
Any deal?
No. The boys are playing heads up for the pure cash, Harvey.
Okay.
There's it's going to be a good battle here between the two gentlemen, and I'd like to just let you guys know that the Adelaide champs have just gone to a final table too. We'll be streaming this directly after the heads up battle here of the Goliath with these two boys.
Fantastic. So heaps more poker to watch tonight. Not great news for us. Thought we might wrap it up early, but of course we were going to do the Adelaide champs. Looking forward to that.
There's a monster chip leader in the Adelaide champs as well. His name is Jack Ramsden.
So we're not going to get Jack in to do any commentary then, if that's the case?
Not at all. Hopefully he runs it through and gets it as well. It's actually a quite entertaining table. I've been watching a little bit out there.
Great, okay.
Lots of chat that's to be had.
Looking forward to it. So the news is no deal.
400,000.
I mean, we're probably going to get some pretty full-on play here because it's a big jump between 65 and 40. A winner taking 65,000. Sometimes when we talk about a deal, most people will know what we mean, but the two guys will get together and agree that they will take so much each, and then they'll be playing for the remainder and the trophy. We see it most of the time at interestingly not here. I think partly because there is a 2-to-1 chip lead for Daniel, and I suppose he probably wasn't prepared to give away too much, and maybe that not too much wasn't enough for Della.
Hey, Harvey, do you wonder, like, I've always wondered why, like, deals are done in private.
Yeah, I reckon it should be like an auction process. You know, someone should stand up and go, "Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We have our two competitors."
I just think it'd be a cool thing to watch, the negotiation process. You know, here's the rules in play. Get gentlemen, negotiate what you want, how you feel about it. Maybe they don't want to be. They want privacy because they think the world of the online might ostracise them a little bit.
Maybe, but we do find out what I mean, they have to be honest about what they've agreed to. So
yeah,
you do find out. It's just that negotiation process. I suppose, you know, we can assume all we like. I just assumed then that that Daniel, you know, because he had such a big chip lead, didn't want to give enough away, and, you know, Brendan wanted more as a guarantee. That may not have been the case at all. I'm just assuming that, and that's why a deal hasn't happened. Maybe Brendan, you know, said not doing any deal. I'm actually think I can beat you even though I've got half the chips, and, you know, so who knows? But you're right. They do all of that negotiation in private, and then they'll come out and say to the tournament director, "This is the deal we've made. We've agreed to take 50,000 each, and we're going to play for the extra, you know, 15 or, you know, whatever." Yeah, that would have been the case with this one. But like you say, playing for all the biggies.
Here we go. It's all or nothing. Well, it's not really nothing. It's
it's plenty.
It's a good chop up top.
I suppose now, when you're sitting here, the big pay jump is a massive consideration, and you just can't underestimate being able to say, "I am a title winner" on the Australian Poker Tour. So, yes, you're going to pick up a fair bit of extra money, but you're also going to take away that trophy, and next time you come to Australian Poker Tour event, you're going to have your face and your banner hanging in the room like, you know, the other champions here. So,
yeah, there's a bit of prestige about the main event, and the banner is one, the trophy is another. The ring.
This one being our biggest buy-in event, 95 starters, which was, you know, a fantastic result for a $2,500 buy-in. A lot of kudos goes with winning this. It's essentially a 3-day event. Got to show a lot of patience, pick your spots, not get frustrated.
Joe was saying he loves the Goliath. He thinks it's one of the best structures of the Australian APT. So many big blinds that you start with, a lot of time to be able to sat at the felt, and he also discussed the shot clocks and thinks it's a better option if they come in early, moving forward.
Yeah, look, it was discussed yesterday. I think Joe was asking the question about bringing the shot clocks in at, I think it was at 48. People left, finished up in the conditions of the event. It does say the option to bring in shot clocks at 24 players, so that's when the shot clock came in. But, you know, maybe there's something to be said for keeping that a bit looser, to say that, you know, you, under the tournament director has the opportunity to bring the shot clock in at here, or here, and I don't think that would discourage anyone from playing. And it was probably a result, not so much of the really slow play happening in this, but what happened towards the bubble of the grind, and how play just really slowed up, and it became a bit painful to watch.
Yeah, and he also said, like, it stops the people taking advantage of the clock. You should know what you're doing within 3 seconds of play. And here we go. We've got Brendan Della shoving all in with ace queen, and Daniel's got a piece, 2 pair, 3s and 4s.
Wow. Got to be a massive call.
Thinking, oh, he's gone for the time.
He has called. Wow.
Could be a championship call here. 1 card to come. King 3.
King 3.
All in and a hold.
The river for the Goliath, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to be drawn. Waiting for the fist tap of Princess.
Here we go.
There it is.
We do have an all-in and a call on
King on the river.
Oh, just to make sure. So that's it. It was a pretty short heads up there, Aiden. 5 hands, I think it might have been. And Daniel Klinger, the corporal.
Corporal Klinger.
He takes it out.
I do remember having that call yesterday, actually. Was it yesterday? Might have been 2 days ago for the grind. He's played well, Daniel.
Hasn't he? And congratulations to him. 65K. Both players getting the $750 entry into the high roller opening event, and of course that beautiful glass trophy. That,
many handshakes and congratulations by the floor. Just like we like to do here at the Australian Poker Tour. It is a very special occasion, being the champion of the Goliath.
There is
Look at that trophy.
beautiful trophy.
Yeah.
And it gets moved out of the way. Yes. We bring in the chips and the cards and set up a lovely little display for the photograph.
Yeah, it was a good tournament. 3 days. It's probably the longest run that we've had. And look, thank you for joining us here for the Goliath, ladies and gentlemen. our champion is Corporal Klinger, Daniel Klinger. Stay tuned with us, guys. We've still got the Adelaide Championships coming up. My name's Aidan Glenn. I'm with Harvey Silver. Signing out.
See you shortly. Hang on, we'll keep the stream going, and you can see the photographs, the congratulations, and as Aidan said, we'll reset the table with the final table of the Adelaide Champs. Back soon.